It's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better.
Ay, no me escuchaba. Hola, hola, buenos días, ¿cómo están? Estamos muy emocionados porque hoy es nuestro tercer y último día de nuestro Devfest y vienen pláticas bastante interesantes y no sé, estamos realmente emocionados. Por aquí ya, de hecho, ya tenemos a nuestro ponente aquí, está desde Arabia Saudita, viene con una plática de Jetpack, pero no voy a hablar más porque ya la van a presentar. Pero yo le voy a dar la bienvenida a la maestra Lupita. ¿Cómo estás, Lupita? No te escuchamos. No te escuchamos. No te escuchamos. A ver. Uy. Hay unos pequeños detalles. No nos preocupemos. Es parte de. No te escuchamos. Vamos a esperar unos minutitos para que demos como parte de la bienvenida a la parte de la Universidad UCAT. ¿Ya me escuchas, Lupita? Seguimos sin escucharte. No te escuchamos. Ok, bueno, vamos a esperar un momento en lo que se arregla. Y voy a explicarles un poquito lo que estuvimos viviendo en los días 1 y 2. En el día 1 del Devfest, pues fue de manera presencial en el CIBE de la UJAT. Estuvimos con 4 charlas. Una hablaron de la parte de cómo puedo empezar a programar, cuál es el camino que yo puedo tomar. Luego también podemos, ok, vamos a esperar un ratito, pero bueno, les sigo explicando. Luego tuvimos una charla de Cloud Workation de Google. Después estuvimos hablando de cómo el camino de la IA le cambió la vida a Luisa. Y luego terminamos con una plática de Project Manager, cómo ser Project Manager y cómo cambiar hacia ese mundo. El día de ayer estuvimos con pláticas de diseño, con pláticas de Make. Entonces estuvimos trabajando en muchas cosas de inteligencia artificial que fueron bastante interesantes, que a los estudiantes les puede ayudar mucho, y no solamente a los estudiantes, sino a las personas que quieren hacer como esa transición para seguir aprendiendo algo más. Entonces, voy a checar si la maestra Lupita, ¿sí me escuchas? Creo que no. No te escuchamos. Seguimos sin escucharte. No te escuchamos. Ok, bueno, entonces, para ya no seguir, para seguir avanzando, vamos a darle la bienvenida a Vania, que va a ser nuestra moderadora del día de hoy. Vania está en Canadá, así que ella nos va a estar apoyando con estas charlas, así que le doy la bienvenida a Vania. Hola, Vania, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, Maryam. Estoy muy contenta de estar compartiendo con la audiencia de Tabasco y gracias por la introducción.
No, gracias a ti. Pues el espacio es todo tuyo para que puedas presentar a la ponente. Yo voy a estar por aquí en lo que te pueda ayudar.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, mi querido público de Tabasco, es hora de presentarles a Maryam Alhuthayfi. Ella está en Medina, Arabia Saudita. Es una desarrolladora apasionada de Android y nos va a presentar la plática Stay Handy in Jetpack Compose. Maryam es una Woman Tech Maker Ambassador y ayuda a difundir el conocimiento sobre temas relacionados con Android a través de charlas en línea y en persona. Uno de los temas que más le apasiona es sobre atraer nuevos desarrolladores que se adapten al lenguaje Kotlin en el desarrollo de Android. Y les pido que reciban a Maryam de manera cálida. Hello, Maryam.
Hello. Oh, thanks for the introduction. I understood Kotlin, Android, Jetpack Compose. This is the only thing I understood. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm sure it was amazing.
Oh, no problem. I was just telling them about you're passionate to talk about Android and how are you working so new developers can adopt Kotlin language.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. No worries. It's a pleasure. And now I'm going to give you, so you can start your talk.
All right, let's start.
Sure.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I know it's morning and where you are, or maybe good evening in where you are across the world. So yes, as we mentioned, I'm sure you heard about Jetpack Compose, and this talk will be about state handling in Jetpack Compose, which is an Android topic. I hope that you heard about Jetpack Compose before, hopefully so, because today's topic would require prior knowledge of what Jetpack Compose is. So we'll get to know that in details. We'll get to know how the handling, everything in a little bit. So in addition to the introduction that GDG Villahermosa just introduced me, I would like to talk a little bit about myself. I'm a senior Android developer here at KSA. Also a Google developer expert. I'm also a GDG organizer and a public speaker, so I know how much I know how hardworking it is to organize a Devfest, and I am very happy to be part of this. Thanks for organizing this. It's a great event, and thanks for inviting me to be part of it. All right, let's dive in. Let me tell you about some scenarios, and then you tell me if you encountered these scenarios in your app or any app that you used. So we have one scenario, which is while fetching a list from local storage or remote source, the app shows a loader. There is the loader. Then once you have the list, the UI state changes to show the list, which is this list of images, for example. After that, or maybe if there is some exception, the internet connection is not good, if you're fetching from a remote source, then you will have an exception. If the app had any exceptions while fetching the data, then it shows an error message or a text to inform the user that we were failing to connect to the server or failed to fetch the images or whatever message that we need to convey to the user. Another example is allowing the user to control receiving notification or any customized app settings, for example. I am sure that you have encountered many of these. We call these changes, or these are different app states, which can be broken down to specific UI states. This is what we're going to talk about today, how you can handle state in your application that is built using Jetpack Compose. Please, while I'm explaining things and while we have this session, please feel free to ask any questions that you have in the comment, and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Okay? So let's continue here. Here is a composable function. This is a text function written in Jetpack Compose. It's a greeting text. Hello, Devfest Tabasco. This composable function is displaying a text. I just want to ask you, does the values in this function, for example, does this text change over time? Does the value in this function change? And if not, then what do we call this type of functions? I would like to see your answers in the comments if you would send them. All right, we'll give like 2 minutes and then we'll be back to explaining this composable function. Okay. So a great answer would be the function, of course, which is the correct answer, is the function does not change, meaning it does not need a state. For example, this is the text. It will be like this forever. It doesn't have to change. It doesn't have any variables. We're not passing any additional parameters or anything. It's just a text, and it's going to be like this. It's a UI component that doesn't need to change. Therefore, it doesn't need any state. Therefore, it means it's a stateless composable function. All right, let's move to another type of composable function. For example, this composable function. It's a notification switch. When it's toggled, it shows something, and then when it's not, there, like when it's toggled, it shows something, and then if we have any state changes or if we have any changes to this function, we need to handle those types of different states. So my question is, does this function behave similarly to the previous function? All right, 2 minutes for someone to answer in the comment section or the live chat. Okay, so the correct answer would be they do not behave the same, of course. The text does not need to change, and then the switch toggle or the switch composable, it needs to be changed, of course. And we need to handle the state, multiple states, either it's switched on or switched off. Okay, so how can we manage state in this composable function? Here is a snippet of code to manage the state. You can read, we have a variable named is check, and then we have a by, which is a Kotlin keyword, and then we have a remember. In the remember block, we have a mutable state off and then false. So explaining this code would be, this is the simplest way to manage state in Jetpack Compose. We use the remember API with an initial value. The remember API, inside the remember API, we add the mutable state off, and then we pass the initial value, which is false in this case. This value can be mutable or immutable value, and it saves this value temporarily as long as the composable function is visible on the screen. So remember, API keeps a value consistent across our decomposition. And then the other function, or the other API, which is mutable state of, it creates an observable, and it can take any object, as we said. Is integrating, it returns a mutable state. So this mutable state is is just a thing to hold a value, which is the false here. It's a Boolean value. So yes, so where the composable, so mutable state is just a thing that holds a value, where the compose will automatically observe changes to the value. How can we observe the changes? We use is checked here inside the composable function. So this is just a variable, and we need to use it inside the switch composable function. Finally, there is the by, which is this one. By is a Kotlin keyword that declares a delegate property. So we can extract either is checked is true or false. Okay, let me modify the slides. We should use is checked here. All right. And then we should use it also here. Back to the slides. So this is the remember mutable state of. What about the remember savable code? So we have multiple different ways of handling state. The first one, which is remember, which is the simplest way. We have another way, which is remember savable. Remember savable, it is a wrapper around the remember, which is this function or this API. It's a wrapper around it, and it can store data in a bundle. While remember, this API can survive the recomposition. Remember savable can survive the recomposition, and it also can survive the configuration changes. For example, such as, for example, screen rotations. So remember savable is good when you want to retain state across across device configuration or app configuration. Okay, so let's explore this. We have two different types of state management so far. We want to learn how we can manage state better, and also we want to manage it across multiple composable functions. For example, you can see this code. Yes, so it is better to keep the composables as stateless as possible. We should, if we can, we should extract the state to the nearest, or to the only to be used inside the composable function that needs it. And move it only to the composable function that needs it in a data flow, unidirectional data flow. This way we have an app settings. For example, you have a screen of app settings, and you have multiple settings. For example, notifications switch, and you have, for example, another app size or whatever. In this code, we are going to show the notification switch, for example. So in the app settings, which contains the notification switch and perhaps other composable functions, we would extract the state from inside the notification switch to be in the upper composable function, which is the app state. Here, as you can see, it is the same state variable that we just declared. And then we are going to call this notification switch with the value of the is checked, and also with the state handling, which is on notification allowed, for example. So therefore, if the value in is checked is changing based on whatever event is triggered here in the switch, for example, if the user clicked on the checked change, this lambda or this function would be it would be triggered to change the is checked value, which is to change the state from true to false or vice versa, and then pass it again to the notification switch, which will for sure update the state with the update the composition. It will cause a recomposition, and it will update the state, update the UI with the new state. All right, let's see this. This is a representation of what we just did. Let me show you the code first. Let's get back to the code first. So this is the is checked is from the app settings, and then we're passing the value, the initial value that we declared here. After passing the initial value, then we are passing also an event with that initial value that causes a recomposition in if changed, and then the whole function would be recomposed if there are any updates on that state. So yes, this is what we did. It's called a unidirectional data flow, where we would pass or move the state down from a move the state down from the composable function to another composable function which needs that state, which is the is checked. In our example, it was this value. It was a true false value by default. Then based on an event trigger, that the event would go up and update the state. Then updating the state would cause a recomposition. Therefore, this recomposition will update the UI with the proper state. So is remember savable and remember are the remember savable and remember the only options to survive or to manage state? What about the business logic in the view model? What's happening there? So as Android developers, before Jetpack Compose, we use live data and we use Kotlin Flow and other types of observables that we declare in the view model. What's happening to that? Let's answer this question. We can still, in Jetpack Compose, we can still observe Kotlin Flow and live data, then convert it to a state that can be used inside a composable function. For example, you would, in this case, you would call a remote API, and then this remote API would have a flow of list type that's having all the images, or that is containing all the images. You can observe it here in the composable function from the view model using observe as state. Yes, using observe as no, this is observe as state for the live data. For example, if it was for the live data, you can observe it as a state. And also, as you can see, I would like to take a moment to review this code. We have a composable gallery, and we have multiple app states here based on the API call, for example. So if we have is loading, which is another state that we need to observe while calling the API, it will show a circular progress indicator if it's loading, and then if the images are empty, then we show no images available. Otherwise, we would show a lazy column of all the images with the card title, image title, date, and location. Okay, so here we have observe state and then collect as state. For the observe state, it's used for live data specifically. And collect as state, it's used for Kotlin flow specifically. And also, not just all of these, we also have collect as state with lifecycle, which is, I think, in my opinion, it's better to use it than just use collect as state. So the difference between those two would be that collect as state, it just follows the composition life cycle. So yes, so this function follows the composition life cycle, starting to collect the flow while the composable function enters the composition, and then it will stop when it leaves the composition. Also, if the application, so one of the differences between those two, if the application in collect as state, if the application was in the background, it will still collect the like it will still work in the background, which can lead to unnecessary resource consumption, for example. The other one, which is this one, it respects the life cycle. It's a life cycle aware flow, which helps free up some resources if they are not needed. As we said, the first one keeps running in the background if the app is back in the background, but the second one just stops until like respecting the life cycle until the composition is visible to the user, or the application is used in the foreground. So as you can see, we showed two different cases that are used in every application out there. What are these use cases? For example, we showed the UI component state inside the composable function, which is the first example. It was related to the switch, toggling the switch turning on and off for the notifications, for example. And the second one, which is a state as a result of a business logic, which is using the view model as the main, as doing the main logic, business logic there, and then we can observe it to update the state in our composable functions. So in the first case, which is related to the UI component, it's okay to have the state held inside the composable that needs it. And the second one is related to the business or the app logic. In that case, it's highly recommended to perform the operation, or we write the business logic fully in the view model, then use the observable to read it in the composable function. So so the state as a result of a business logic, it's very highly recommended that you do not expose your business logic inside the composable function, and instead you just use the view model approach. But yes, so in the first one, you would use state hoisting, as we explained the state hoisting, which is we extract the state to another upper composable function, and then we can move it down to the composable function that needs it to perform. But yes, so these are the differences. The view model doesn't have a state hoisting. Well, mostly it doesn't have to have a state hoisting, unlike the UI component state management, for example. All right, so there are some use cases, not all state handling in Jetpack Compose, some of them. We also have advanced state and side effects for some use cases. Okay, so handling side effect. What is a side effect. So side effect can escape the scope of a composable function. This is the definition by Android documentation. What does that definition mean? It's always advised to avoid including your logic code inside the composable function. But what if your use case requires some logic to be written inside the composable without being affected by the infinite or the unpredicted recomposition process? So in that case, we will call this type of usage side effect, which can escape the composable function scope. So it's generally recommended that a composable should be side effect free, and you should use side effects only when needed. And we are going to check the use cases. Here are some of the use cases. We have the update state. For example, the side effects are used to update some UI state. For example, handling the animation, the UI on user drag, or the showing a splash screen, for example. Then performing input and output operation, reading or writing data to internal and external sources. But this is, I think, in my opinion, this is not very recommended unless you have, because you can write it in the view model. Unless you have, of course, a special use case, this should be done in the view model generally. Another use case, which is handling callbacks. If you want, so side effects help managing the callbacks from external system or APIs. And we have also trigger the navigation. The side effects can trigger navigation to different screens or destinations within the application. As I will show you, there is this example. For example, we have this example, the splash screen example. So on the first app open, I would show it once. I would show the splash screen once and then move or trigger a navigation after this delay to move to the main screen using the nav controller. As you can see, we have simple animation to animate the scale of the app logo. Here we have the scale like this, and then we would animate it, and we would use the modifier to scale it up once the composition starts. All right, let's focus here on the launched effect API. So this API makes use of Kotlin coroutines to deliver a synchronous result. When we use the launch effect with Jetpack Compose, we don't need to track the composable lifecycle, as it will launch a coroutine when the composition starts, whenever we enter this composition, and then it will be cancelled once the launch effect leaves the composition. Another condition where the code inside launch effect will be relaunched is when the key parameter changes, which is this key. For example, I'm passing a true here, but there is another way to do it. This use case, I would like for the splash screen to be shown only once. This is why I just passed a hard-coded key. But in other use cases, you might need to pass a dynamic parameter, for example. If we pass a dynamic value from a state, the code block here would relaunch every time the key changes. So every time the key becomes false, this animation would be relaunched again. The whole code block would relaunched again. And then if it's false, it will be done the same. The relaunch will be done the same. So in this example, we explored two of the use cases: updating the UI state here. As you can see, we are doing an animation. We're making a delay, and then we are navigating, triggering a navigation after the time is up. All right. In addition to launched effect, there are other types of side effects API to handle different cases. This is a list based on the Android developers documentation. We have, of course, launched effect. We already explored that. We have remember coroutine scope. It's similar to launched effect, but all of them are similar, but for sure some of them they provide, or they have different use cases to be implemented. Remember updated state, disposable effect, side effect, produce state, and derived state of, and then we have the lastly snapshot flow. All right, we took the first one as an example, but I'm sure you can explore the others here, and you can compare the different advantages and disadvantages, and you can compare their behaviors. I have to be honest, I have used most of these APIs on animation and animation handling, and they work. Not sure about other cases. Would love for all of you to share your use cases, what are effects, and also what are the application. Here are some valuable resources to learn from. Android team. We have the Code Lab, State, and Jetpack Compose. I highly recommend that you go and check these out. We have side effects. It's also amazing comprehensive documentation. I learned a lot from there. We also have a Code Lab in side effects in Jetpack Compose. If you wanna check these side effects APIs, and you go to this Code Lab and you learn from there. You can also implement what is inside the Code Lab to have a fully functioning application. Lastly, we have a Medium article by Manuel Vivo. It's titled Consuming Flows Safely in Jetpack Compose. All right, this is it from my side. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks a lot. I would love to take your questions now. If you have any questions related to Android side effects, state management, and all of that, you would leave it in the chat so I can answer all of your questions. Thank you.
Hey, Maryam, thanks for this insightful presentation.
Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. I'm sure the Android developers can take their Jetpack Compose skills to the next level because of your talk.
Thank you so much. Hopefully so. Hopefully so.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to start with the questions. And the sorry, and the first question is
okay.
why the why developers should use Jetpack Compose?
All right. So Jetpack Compose, to be honest, it's the easiest way to develop UI in Android, and it's at least for me, and I'm sure for other Android developers, as I have seen positive feedback on their experience using Jetpack Compose compared to using, for example, XML and XML and layout. So Jetpack Compose accelerates. You don't have to use the any different language other than Kotlin, which is amazing. I love Kotlin. And this is one of the advantages. Also, it accelerates the UI. You have already ready APIs that you can use, and you can define state across define different state for your UI elements. Yeah, if you would like some resources to learn about Jetpack Compose, I can fetch that up for you.
Oh, that could be great, Maryam.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Let me check it out.
For sure.
We'll send it now. All right. We have
Okay.
this link to get started with the Jetpack Compose. Have document as you go by the cell, you would see foundation development environment, how you use tooling, Android Jetpack Compose, also the design system. We have different. For now, we have the design material U design 3, which is a great start if you're planning to start your Android application. Would be recommended that you move forward with Material 3 and Jetpack Compose. Okay, I think this is it. I need to find, I think there is a course also. 1 second.
Just because we had a little problem with audio, did you cover Criserio's question?
Sorry?
Did you cover the question from the audience?
Which question? But can you tell me?
It's okay. Criserio Martinez Lopez is asking. It's for Jetpack Compose. It's only for development UI, or he can develop functions and other things with Jetpack Compose.
Oh, okay. So, or can I develop functions and other things with Jetpack Compose? If you mean business logic, so Jetpack Compose is a toolkit for developing the UI for Android. It's also cross-platform now, which is awesome. Yay! So you can use it for the UI for sure, and for the other Android operations, for example, I would say the business logic and then fetching from the data from local storage room using room library or SQLite, you would use the same code. You just Jetpack Compose just replaces the layout and the XML files with composable functions, which are written like I showed here. For example, the snippet of code, you can really read that it's an image, and then you will paint this logo, and then the content description, it's related to semantic for accessibility. It's used for accessibility to read this image for the users using accessibility. Also, here is the modifier to modify the whole how this image should look like. So it's related to the UI. It's a UI toolkit. Other operations could be done using Kotlin language as they were used previously. So I would suggest you take this course, for example. I sent the courses. Could you please send them in the chat as well? So I sent the documentation, and also I sent another course from the Android developers for a course for basic Compose. Yeah. Okay. We have another question.
Besides the learning resource that you have shared with us, what is the most effective way to learn Android?
what is the most effective way to learn Android development? It's by practice. You have to practice, practice, and practice. And it's great that when you practice, you publish your code so people would review it, and you can talk about it, like open discussions about how you developed XYZ, and then you would get feedback from the community. So you would first practice, second you would have open discussions with the community, you would share your progress with the community. I believe this is the best way to do that, so you can gain more knowledge, and then you can see different perspective. People would, for example, this splash screen, maybe people would say it's not, there is a different way to do this, to achieve this, the same result, but not using launch effect, maybe, or for using other ways to do that. It's very understandable, I can see that. And it's like you can learn from differences in people, you can learn from different developers' experiences. This is the best way to learn. Also, you can check the courses, you can check the official documentation, ask whatever questions you have. I know the Android team just held the Android show, and they held an AMA, Ask Me Anything sessions. So you can also ask the Android team, hi, why didn't you do this? We would like to have this. And it would be a great way to communicate with the people who built, who designed these APIs for you.
Oh, thank you so much. So just trying to sum up is just joining a community and getting feedback on the projects or your code that you have submit to a repository. Okay. Thank you so much, Maryam. That was a very insightful presentation, and we hope you have a rest evening.
Oh, thank you so much. I think there is one last question I see. Does Jetpack integrate any IDE other than Android Studio? So I would suggest that you use Jetpack Compose with Android Studio. Of course, there is like IntelliJ, and you can use it with IntelliJ, Android Studio. Android Studio is built on top of IntelliJ, so you can use both of these. I would suggest that you use the Android Studio IDE, because you would have features like live edit, where you would change whatever related to the composable function, and you would see it instantly on the IDE. It has also Studio Bot. It has other features that are really cool to work with. So I would suggest using those both IDEs. They're best to work with Jetpack Compose. Or for Android development in general. These are the best ways. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, Maryam. Again.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. All right, thanks for having me. I had so much fun. I hope you had fun too. If you have any questions, here is my social media and also my blog if you want to check it out. Thank you, and have a lovely rest of the day. Thanks. Bye.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Maryam.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, hello. Hola, hola, Vania, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, ¿y tú, Rafa? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien. ¿Me escuchas?
Sí, te escucho, te oigo.
Buenísimo, un gusto que nos acompañes. Bueno, quienes no conocen a Vania, pues es una gran impulsora aliada. Ella está en Canadá y nos está apoyando justamente con la moderación de estas primeras 2 charlas del día de hoy. Justamente ahorita, bueno, estoy entrando por Mayra, quien igual nos está apoyando con un evento que tenemos justo ahora. Y por aquí creo que también está Lupita, no sé si ha presentado ya por aquí Lupita, no sé si nos escucha.
No, tuvo problemitas de audio.
Correcto, bueno. Pues vamos a seguir con la agenda, vamos a esperar unos minutos, ya por aquí se encuentra Kshitiz, bueno, ya ahorita ya nos dirá cómo se pronuncia y para tenerlo todo bien, ¿no? Ya se encuentra aquí con nosotros, vamos a comenzar esta siguiente conferencia, nos vamos a trasladar ahora sí que al otro lado del mundo donde él nos va a estar acompañando y pues para que ustedes tengan toda esta información. La verdad que la agenda de Devfest el día de hoy ha estado muy, muy nutrida con toda esta información y bueno, contar también con la experiencia por aquí de Vania, perdón. Ya estoy cambiando nombres, ya no he desayunado, perdón.
No es la primera vez, me han dicho un montón de nombres.
Buenísimo. Pues quienes no sepan, Vania está en un GDG también por allá, ¿no? Cuéntanos.
Sí, soy organizadora de GDG Cloud Edmonton. Hemos organizado un montón de eventos, desde Cloud Study Jams, Certification Study Groups. Este año retomamos, después de la pandemia, hacer eventos en persona con International Women's Day, Google I/O Extended, y ahora estamos organizando nuestro Devfest también.
Genial, ¿para qué fecha es?
Es el noviembre 10.
Perfecto, buenísimo, pues ahí vamos a estar muy pendientes y bueno, algún día ojalá se nos haga ir por allá a disfrutar un poco del frío.
No sabes lo que dices.
Fíjate que sí, justamente para el tema de moverse y todo, creo que se tienen que poner así unas chamarras, ¿no? Así bastantes...
muchas capas.
Sí, con muchas capas. Así es. Y pues bueno, en unos momentos continuamos. Vámonos con algunos mensajes importantes. Recuerden, este evento se hace gracias a los patrocinadores, a las personas que hacen esto posible. Agradecerle a Vania que nos acompaña aquí también, su comunidad GDG Cloud Edmonton. Y pues también aquí a la Secretaría de Desarrollo Económico, a la City, toda la comunidad estudiantil, investigadora, docentes y también a todas las instituciones hermanas de los tecnológicos, Tecnológico Nacional de México, de las UT y Politécnicas, de todos los lugares que nos acompañan y que están aquí representando su asistencia. Y quienes estén viendo esta grabación, pues también un saludo para todas y todos quienes están aquí con nosotros. Y bueno, recuerden también seguirnos, Devfest Tabasco, el hashtag, estén ahí muy pendientes de las redes sociales y recuerden seguirnos en nuestras redes como GDG Villahermosa, aquí en este Edén de México. GDG Villahermosa Twitter y GDG Villahermosa en Instagram y GDG Villahermosa en Facebook para que nos sigan y para que también no se pierdan toda la información que tenemos para ustedes pues de la próxima agenda, igual del próximo año, y para que también estén pendientes de las demás comunidades que están también participando en GDG. Recuerden que GDG o GDG, como se dice en inglés, es una comunidad completamente global. En todo el mundo se están organizando eventos y pues prueba de ello es que al día de hoy aquí nuestra compañera Vania nos está apoyando con esta moderación. Y bueno, ya tenemos a Lupita por aquí para que nos aproveche a saludar. ¿Cómo andas, Lupita? Buenos días, ¿nos escuchas? Creo que tenemos tu imagen algo congelada. Bueno, creo que tenemos todavía algunos temas técnicos con Lupita. Y bueno, vamos a ir iniciando. Por ahí vamos a iniciar con la siguiente conferencia y pues nos vamos con algunos videos antes de comenzar. Estamos a 5 minutos de iniciar y vamos a hacer el switch. Yo me despido por un momento. Te agradezco, Vania, por si ya no te veo durante la agenda. Te agradezco mucho el apoyo y ahí estamos en contacto y ya sabes lo que necesites y pues en Tabasco tienes tu casa.
Muchas gracias, Rafa. Espero que me recibas con tacos de cochinita. Acá en Edmonton te puedo recibir con poutine.
Ok, interesante.
Lo mismo.
Muy bien. Pues aquí con unas butifarras, unos tamalitos. Perfecto. Un gusto. Pues vámonos con unos videos y seguimos con la agenda. Muchas gracias.
Over the years, It's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better.
Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today.
Hola, ahora continuamos con el programa de ese tercer día de Devfest Tabasco. Es hora de presentar a Kshitiz Rimal con la charla Generative AI in 2023. Kshitiz es un científico de datos senior en Brainly y también es un experto desarrollador de Google en Machine Learning y ha trabajado en proyectos de inteligencia artificial relacionados con accesibilidad, ayuda, respuesta ante desastres y Machine Learning en aplicaciones móvil. También ha desarrollado proyectos relacionados con visión por computadora, procesamiento del lenguaje natural. Es instructor, conferencista, blogger y líder comunitario. Por favor, reciban con un cálido saludo a Kshitiz Rimal. Hello, Kshitiz, sorry.
Hey.
How can I pronounce your
Hey,
name?
it's Kshitiz. You pronounce it correctly the first time.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
how do I pronounce your name? It's Vania?
Vania.
Okay, great. Okay, so is it time for me to present my talk?
Yes, for sure. Please go ahead.
Okay, so let me try to share. Okay. Okay, I hope you can see the screen that I'm sharing. Can you confirm? I cannot hear you. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, we haven't seen your slide yet.
Okay, so I have shared my. I think you need to make it switch it there or something. I don't know because I'm not so.
Can
Yeah,
you
because
find-
I shared it. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now.
Now it's working. Yeah.
For
Great.
sure.
It's always difficult for me to make it work first time.
No
Okay.
problem.
Okay, so yeah, thank you so much for having me. So the title for today's presentation is Generative AI in 2023 and beyond. So yeah, let's get started. Before that, let me share a brief about myself. I'm Kshitiz Rimal. I'm from Nepal. I'm a Google developer expert on machine learning since 2018, I guess. I was a senior data scientist at Brainly. Then I very recently started my own company called Next AI in Nepal, and I'm doing some consulting work on this company. And I'm a generative deep learning explorer, and yeah, and this is my LinkedIn handle if you want to connect me on LinkedIn. So yeah, so Today's presentation is very beginner friendly, I would say. It's for those who wants to get started with AI, generative AI, and not sure where to start from. This presentation will cover some like basic overview of what it is, where we are right now, some of the advantages compared to previous generation of AI, and what are the solutions as a developer and end user that you can use today, and also some of the limitations. And at the end, I have put together some of my thoughts on AI and the future of art itself. And at the end, I have a bonus slide for you so that you can get some of the beautiful images like this, which was generated by AI. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Okay, so brief disclaimer. This talk will primarily focus on text-based solution, meaning generative AI that are more focused on text input and generating text as an output. We have some other types as well, like images, videos, and so on, but this will revolve mostly around text. And I will also touch upon Google's offering and some of the open source solutions that you can use today as well. Okay, so let's start with the overview. So generative AI in a nutshell, what it is. So to give you brief idea, I'm sure like many of you are already familiar by now about generative AI, maybe by a different name. But at this point of time, we all are somehow affected by AI, and mostly generative AI. So we can do text generation, image generation, video generation, sound generation, whatever, like with this now, this generative AI. So you can generate songs, essays, poems, even future, like realistic looking images, even videos nowadays, so sky is the limit, I would say. Like, and we have lots of solution right now on like if you want to create your own application around this generative AI space. So what is it that the like in all of this different kind of generation, text, images, video, sound, one thing that is common is text as an input, and they all involve involve something called LLMs, which is called large language models. So what is an LLM, large language model? So basically, this is a deep learning model that is large in size, meaning there are lots of billions of parameters that it uses to compute its output. And in a nutshell, what it does is that if you give some kind of a sentence or sequence of words to these large deep learning models, these large language models, it will predict next word on that sentence. So primarily LLMs are trained around that to predict the next word on a sentence. So here on the screen, as you can see, we have an example sentence called "It's raining cats and" as an input. Now the LLM understood what it means, and it generates dogs, raindrops, and so on. And it gave all these different probabilities on what could be the possibly next word for this in a sentence. So basically, LLM is primarily trained around to predict next word or next token in a sentence. So using this technology, this large language model, deep learning model, what we can do is, let's say, generate a poem like this: roses are red, violets are blue, and sugar is sweet, something like that, that rhymes. And also it can be used to generate code like a for loop like this. So using this technology, this LLM, this is the heart of, I would say, the generative AI now, because every kind of generative AI that we stumble upon today largely focuses on text input, and somehow it interprets that text as an input and generates something, either a text or something else. So this is in a nutshell, like the heart of generative AI, the LLMs. So let me repeat again: LLMs are deep learning model, and they are a very special kind of deep learning model nowadays that we use. It's mostly it follows a strict, it's a specific architecture called transformer, and it uses this transformer architecture to generate this next token or next word in a sentence. And they are trained on a huge data set, and they are both commercially as a closed source also available, and open source as well. And it understands, it comprehends the natural human input and generates something that is understood by a human as well. And some of the like notable examples on these LLMs are GPT-4, Palm 2, Llama, etc. And they are all different kind of deep learning models, this large language models. So LLMs in generative AI, like I said, it basically expects text as an input, and depending on what you want to generate, either it's a text or image, it gives that kind of output. So using this LLM in a generative AI space, we can not only do like a text generation like with the sequences, but also we can perform natural language processing applications like classification, entity extraction, translation, sentiment analysis, summarization, and so on. We can also call this a tagging and extraction in generative AI space. So basically, it not only generates the next word or paragraph or song, but you can also classify the given text input. So you can do all sort of crazy, like most powerful application now with this LLM and generative AI. It's not just about generation. Now it's about classification, which is even better than before as well. And these LLMs, they let us prototype our solution fast. Now let me explain upon what I mean by that. So basically, with this generative AI, this LLMs, now it expects something called prompt as a guideline, as a directive, in addition to the text input you provide. So there is one text input that you want the generative AI to handle, and there is this paragraph or the sequence of paragraph or some kind of document that you have written that basically sets the guideline for your generative AI to how to handle that text input and what to generate. And you don't need to do like previously, you don't need to do your custom training, you don't need to do like fine tuning like before, and you don't need your separate data set now. All you need in most of the cases, in the general cases now with generative AI, is this prompt, that is this document, that is a kind of a guideline, and your text input. And with that, you can easily create this solution, whether it's classification, generation, or whatever. So this field of prompt engineering in generative AI is very powerful. And let me also touch upon what I mean specifically by that. So here, as you can see, there is this input called explain this joke, and here what we can consider as a prompt is this explain this joke. And I used to be addicted to soap, now I'm clean now is an input. So using this prompt and input, now the model understood what it means to do, and it tries to explain the joke to us. So this is a very simple example of a prompt and input. Similarly, you can give directly as an input to a LLM, like give me 5 neat ideas for science fair project, and it will give you this idea. So whatever you like, if the LLM that you are using is trained around that data set, and mostly these LLMs that we find today, either open source or closed source, they are trained on a huge data set, so they can generate this very realistic looking and very appealing output from our input text. So the advantage it gives us, like this with prompt engineering, with this large language models, is that we can perform something called zero-shot learning or few-shot learning. So zero-shot learning basically means you give a text input to your model and ask the model to do, hey, this is the text input, let's say I'm feeling good today, and now classify whether this sentence is positive, negative, or neutral. So you don't give any other example to your model, just your sentence and directive, and it will try to understand what that sentence means and tries to classify that with just that input. That's zero-shot learning. With few-shot learning, what you can do in your prompt, in your guideline document, is that you provide some examples. Like here in our screen, as you can see, there is this description and there is a word. There are like a couple of examples provided, and now we want our model to find the next one based on this example. So this is like a few example provided to your LLM, and based on this pattern, it will try to guess what it needs to generate next. So this is few-shot learning with few examples. So suddenly with this generative AI now, with this large language model, we can perform all this zero-shot learning, few-shot learning without hassle, and we don't need to collect data set, we don't need to do tuning on our model and so on. And in most of the general cases, we can get the output that we expect. So yeah, this is one of the biggest advantage. I'm not looking at the comments right now, so if you have any question by now, please feel free to share that on the comment section, and I will try to answer that at the end of the session. So yeah, moving on. So zero start learning, few start learning, and prompt engineering, they are like the like heart of generative AI and LLM now. And also, like in some cases, like where you don't where the models that is available to you uh, might not perform that what you want them to perform. So in that case, you can also do fine tuning like before, but now it's even easier. Like there is this technique called parameter efficient fine tuning, where you don't need to retrain the whole large language model. You can only retrain certain layers of it, or add a new layer and just fine tune it on a very like significantly less data than before. And also there are like techniques that you can use now with this parameter efficient fine tuning that can be used to train on a less powerful computer. So suddenly, with this development of this technology around generative AI and so on, we have not only better performing model out of the box, but also if you want to fine tune it, it's easier than before. So these are some of the like the current advantages of generative AI in a generative AI landscape. So with this, we can do customer service bots, personal assistant, interactive storytellers, conversational recommender, and whatever you can imagine. It's be creative. You can use the model that is available, and like this all can be done with very little hassle than before. So yeah, these are some of the LLM powered chat applications, as you can see. So what can we use today now to create all this, like this chatbots, all these generative applications? So let me share some of the solutions that is available to us now in 2023 and beyond, of course. So from Google side, we have lots of options, as you can see on the screen. We have Vertex, Bard, Maker Suite, Google Colab, if you want to do all this data science and fine tuning yourself. So let me touch briefly on each of them. So Vertex AI, and now it's under, like, for generative AI, there is this generative AI studio under Vertex AI. This is a part of a Google Cloud Platform. So if you are a customer of Google Cloud Platform, you have access to Vertex AI. With Vertex AI, what you can do with very little hassle, you can train your custom model. You can, like I said earlier, like you can design your prompt on a off-the-shelf, large language models that is already available to you. So you don't need to do the fine tuning and so on. You can do all sort of generation, not only on text but speech, images with image gen model and so on. So there is this offering, the variety of offering from Google Cloud under this Vertex AI. And yeah, this is only possible if you are part of this GCP, Google Cloud Platform. And if not, there is also another option called Google Bard. And if you are familiar with Chat GPT, I'm sure all of you are. This is the like a counterpart to, let's say, a counterpart to Chat GPT or something. Like, it's called Google Bard, and it's completely different from Google Cloud Platform. And in Google Bard, what you can do is like with OpenAI Chat GPT, there is this access to GPT-4. With Google Bard, you have access to Palm 2. Palm 2 is this large language model that Google trained, that Google created, and you have access to this Palm 2 API, and Google Bard uses this API to generate text or the output that you desire from your prompt and from your input. And if you are not a part of GCP and also you are not using Google Bard, there is this Maker Suite, which is completely different, and it lets you create this prompts on a different kind of prompts and directly use this Palm 2 API. And using this Palm 2 model API with the Maker Suite, what you can do is achieve like prototype fast, rapidly create this prototype and create this chatbots or like conversational AI, generative AI using this. So even if you are not part of a GCP, you can use a Maker Suite right now. And I think now it's free. Even Bard and Maker Suite both are free. So please go ahead, design your prompt, see which one works for you. And as you can see on the screen here, you have multiple choices or like options on how you want to design your prompt. So here in the text prompt area, you can just free form give the directive or guide to your AI, just prompt to model that what you want to generate. And if you have some kind of example, like a few shot learning that you can use, then you can go to this data prompt design option and provide this few shot learning examples so that your bot can also relate to your examples and give the output likewise. And so also there is this chat prompt, how you want your chat bots to behave and so on. So there are like variety of options. You can generate your API key, you can directly access this Palm API and create the model. And also Google Colab. So if you are a data scientist, ML engineer, and you want to fine tune and use Python and get your hands dirty without using most of the GUI and so on, then Google Colab is for you. So you can use Python and directly access this Palm API and play with it. And they are all free. There are in Google Colab, there is also like a paid version, but you can access it for free. And also like on OpenAI part, we all are familiar, I guess, about this GPT-4, and this they also let you use this API on GPT-4. So yeah, it's very interesting there as well. And also like not only like commercial part, but there are like lots of options on open source as well. So the LLMs, which are like the heart of generative AI. So these models, they are all some of the models which are equally powerful to, let's say, GPT 3.5 and so on. They are also available as open source. So some of them are Meta Llama 2, Vicuna, Mistral AI, Falcon, and so on. If you are a developer, Python developer, or maybe nowadays JavaScript is also supported in many of the frameworks. So if you are a JavaScript or Python developer, you can directly download these models, play with it, and create your own application around it. So they are open source, they are commercially free to use or on research or commercial purposes. So yeah, it's a high time to like get into generative AI right now. Also, like not only models and the solution, there are also like frameworks that are open source, and one of the most powerful, I would say, framework out there is LangChain. So what it does is that you can imagine LangChain as a framework that connects multiple LLMs and design in a way that you want to generate your output. Like let's say you have a model that generates some kind of summary, and then you have another model from the LangChain API that extracts out some of the key points from that summary, and you can join them together in a chain-like fashion or sequential or parallel, and you can all create this very interesting architecture around your LLMs and generate powerful application around that. It can be chatbot, it can be document question answering, and yeah, and you can create different kind of prompts for different LLMs and all sort of crazy and complex and powerful things with LangChain. And you can use multiple LLMs with LangChain, not only OpenAI, Google. You can also use Hugging Face and others open source available LLMs as well. So yeah, it's I would recommend either you are a JavaScript developer or Python developer. There is this API for LangChain for that, and go check it out. And it's really powerful, and it's I would say it's the future of open source and of open source generative AI. Also, like on other modalities, what I mean by modalities is like up to now I was talking about text generation mostly. Now with generative AI, you can also generate images, videos. So DALL-E 3 is one of like a newer version of OpenAI for this image generation. ImageGen from Google is also like equally powerful, available to you on Vertex AI, I guess, to generate these images. There is Midjourney, and also there is this from Stability AI, Stable Diffusion XL, which are like powerful comparable models out there for image generation. So yeah, there are also like equally powerful models for image generation as well, and they all expect text as an input, and this concept of LLM still plays a major role in there as well. Also, now we talked about advantages on generative AI some possible solutions that we have on the market today that you as a developer can start using. Now let me share some of the learning resources where you can go and learn about all this technology in more depth so that you can get started today. So deeplearning.ai, and they have this new section now called short courses, which I'm a huge fan. There are like I would say around 10 or 12 courses now, short courses that are only 1 hour long, but very to the point, very effective, and lets you comprehend the concept that you want to. And it's very, I highly recommend these short courses on deep learning AI. So if you're enthusiast on prompt engineering, generative AI, or whatever I just shared up to now, deeplearning.ai short courses should be a first place to go. And they have this video courses which is free for now. You can get started and yeah, go for it. This is the first place you should definitely not miss this. And yeah, and about image generation with generative AI, there is also this short course inside this deep learning AI called How Diffusion Models Work. So I highly recommend if you're into image generation as well. And this is really interesting that it really breaks down how this generative AI on image side, they generate images, how you can fine tune it, and so on. It's a really good short course. Also, like if you're a developer, either Android or JavaScript or like Flutter, you can use large language model as a peer programmer in your day-to-day work. And this course is like really interesting on that area. It uses Palm API with Google Palm API, and lets you like teaches you how you can use this API to along with your day-to-day job as a programmer, and that can help you. So I highly recommend this very interactive and fun course. And also there is this section inside like Google Cloud called Google Cloud Skill Boost, and there is this whole section on generative AI, and there is this learning path, the fundamentals, what are these LLMs, large language models in more depth, and how to build responsible AI. And yeah, do check it out, this as well. Okay, so let's also talk about some of the limitations right now. So we talked about the promising, like current situation and the future, the available solution. Now let's briefly touch upon what are the current limitations on generative AI and LLMs and so on. So capability-wise, it feels like these large language models, whether open source or commercially available from Google or OpenAI, they are still lacking in terms of text generation for low resource languages. I speak Nepali language. I'm from Nepal, and this is regarded as a low resource language. You don't have lots of example in on the internet around this language. So sometimes it makes some mistakes, silly mistakes on switching one word with other, and the grammatical mistakes and so on. So there are still a lot of challenges around low resource languages on this. And even on image generation part, there are like new technologies now to generate images like control net, and there is this fine-tuning technique like LoRa and so on, but it still lacks flexibility and control over its generation. So you still need to repeatedly go over different prompts, tweak different words in your prompt and see which one works and so on, which sometimes if it works it's very good, but if it doesn't it can be like a very troublesome, and it's time consuming. So there are still like in terms of flexibility control aspect, like there are still some things that are lacking now, even with the expensive LLMs that we have today. And on video generation it looks promising, but there are like it's computational heavy, and it's still very early. Like it generates few seconds long videos that are like maybe not exactly that you wanted, but still promising, but still long way to go there. In terms of sound generation, I am really like blown away by the current state of the art sound generating AI, and they look very promising, but still they are like very early phase, and I have yet to find some commercially stable solution. in terms of cost, GPT-4, Midjourney, they are like very expensive for average person maybe to use in terms of API cost and so on. And even if you want to use your open source model for your own application, you might need a large model like with GPU and so on. So it might be a little costly on that side. And in terms of access, like a newer model are still they like the companies and even the open source providers, they're still limiting the access to this newer model. So in terms of access, there is also some limitation there. And yeah, so with that, let me share some of the thoughts on future of AI, and especially with connected to creativity, content, and art. So I'm I'm a hobbyist in terms of art and paintings and so on. And with this advancement of generative AI, it's fascinating how with just text input you can generate such a impressive art. And so this led me question something like what it means by like artist now, with when let's say in 5 years or so we have a more mature AI, generative AI technology. So in that era, let's say, like how would you define yourself as an artist or creative individual? And also, like, if anyone can have a thought and create high quality output, like how do you judge like the art itself or the person, or what is it that you really want to look into in those generations? So we are, I think, heading into more like a tricky area in that sense. It's promising, it's fascinating, but still very tricky, because for centuries we have celebrated the talent, the hard work around artistic endeavor to judge something as a high quality craft. Suddenly with generative AI, like it reduces time, and so we have had to deal with that. And yeah, but also like it gives you equal opportunity to express yourself, your ideas, so which is good, which is on a positive side. So it will be disruptive for sure, but also gives you this equal opportunity for whatever you want to generate with your imagination. So yeah, that's it. This is my short, I would say, like presentation. I hope it was informative to you all. And yeah, like I promised, this is the bonus link. So the art that I use on my second slide, I derived from this link, and they have like beautifully created AI generated images with prompt that they use. So go for it. I really like those art, so I'm just sharing it out of pure joy. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Oh, that was a really great presentation, Kshitiz. Generative AI has been it's a topic that I'm very passionate about. From the audience, would you mind to go back to the learning resources that have you shared previously?
Yeah, sure.
And also the links
Oops,
of those courses?
yeah. Well, okay. Let me share with you the link on the chat.
For sure.
So
Fine.
yeah. Okay. So I'm sharing it here on my private chat. Yeah. So it's very simple. Deeplearning.ai. It's very easy to understand. And yeah, just there is this section called short courses. Just go to that and browse through whatever you like. It's really nice. This is like highly recommended resource.
Definitely. Okay, we can start with the first question. That is, what is next for generative AI? What new applications or technologies can we expect in the upcoming years?
Mm-hmm. Uh, well, I am really looking forward to sound, music, in terms of generative AI. I think it will disrupt a lot of industries, like mostly the entertainment, movie making, and so on. We have witnessed, text-based generative AI images with Midjourney, Bard, Imagen, and so on. But we have yet to experience on a commercial level this music generative AI, and it's not only about background score or voices, it's about special effects. So like when you make movies, you need sound, like in many areas, like Foley sound effects and so on. I'm just wondering how disruptive this will be, when it hits the mark, like when it reaches there. So I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you for your insight about that. Now we are going to move on a more controversial topic. Do you think generative AI will take human jobs, or how jobs are evolving based on generative AI advancements?
This is a classic question, I would say. And to be really honest, I don't know. We have yet to experience that together. I am, as a data scientist, developer around AI. I am looking forward to get involved with more AI personally. I also think that it will provide, like I said in my earlier present slide, that it will provide some kind of equal opportunity to many individuals. But I cannot deny the fact that it will hamper some of the jobs that we have today, and it will have a significant impact. And the way I see it would be like, people need to get we all are need to get used to generative AI as much as possible, so that we can adapt to what new form of job creation that we can be a part of, because this is a new normal now, and it's not going to go back. Technology always moves forward, and we just need to find this sweet spot where people, like we as a human can preserve our dignity, self-esteem, and the sense of accomplishment, and also utilize this technology to its fullest.
Sure. Also, do you where can we find resources for prompt engineering practices?
Mm-hmm. Okay, there is this website called Prompting Guide, which is really informative. Let me share the link again on my private site. If you go to this website, it will give you in-depth idea about what types of prompt engineering are there. So prompt engineering is a field of its own now. So you can be a prompt engineer, and there are like lots of strategies around, like how you make your generative AI model to think or behave. So there is this huge space now, and this is really impressive. If you're more into reading articles and so on, this website is for you. If you're into short courses, this deep learning.ai, they have this course called prompt engineering, I guess, which is 1 hour long, can give you this overview around prompt engineering as well.
Thank you. And the last question, it should be like, besides the learning resources or the courses that have you shown in this presentation, are there any certifications that people can look for generative AI?
There are courses on Coursera. I don't know how, like in terms of industry, like the only thing that matters now is your project, I would say. Like the area around generative AI is so easy to get started now, that you don't need to have comprehensive idea about deep learning, machine learning, data science, or whatever in that area that we used to require before. So it's very easy to get into, like for an average developer, it's very easy to get into this area now. So all you need right now is read some docs, take some short courses, go for certain like ideas that you want to prototype. And I think that is more valuable than any certificate, because this is more like an evolving field. So we don't know, like whether you get a formal degree like a PhD or something around this area, or other than that, I think your work should speak for like the validation that you're looking, and it's very easy to get started now than before. Like let's say a couple of years ago, it was very hard in terms of deep learning, that you need to spend at least 6-7 months to understand the concepts and so on, mathematics and so on. With generative AI, it democratizes that as well. Like you can just design the prompt, design the LLM that you want to behave, and it's easy to get started. And I think creativity plays a major role here, like what kind of domain you choose, what kind of application that you create, because all you are doing, on a technical level is crafting a document that is instructing your model to behave in certain way, calling some APIs, and creating this application around either mobile or server side and so on. So it's really easy to get started now.
Thanks for sharing that, Kshitiz. And the last question, I promise, is do you think the traditional industry will able to compete with generative AI?
I don't think it requires competing. I would say like every industry needs to adapt generative AI in some way or another. So it doesn't have to be a chatbot, like with these large language models, these traditional industries can, like digitization plays a major role in every industry now. So they can use these LLMs and use tagging, extraction, classification, and so on as well, which is easier than before and more powerful than before. So it doesn't have to be a chatbot or something like that in more purely generative space, and like I don't like personally I see like benefit, like every industry adopting some kind of generative AI solution now, because I don't know what's like should be the blocking area there, because you don't need to create the technology from scratch now, because like these models are so huge and so easily accessible, either commercially or open source. You can just use it and tweak in a very minimal effort, and it behaves like you want it. So yeah, I think more than challenge is more like how they can adopt, like more incentive to our adoption there.
Got you on this, Kshitiz. And just before you leave, would you mind to share again your contacts,
Yeah, sure.
so the audience
Please,
can reach you out?
sure, definitely. So please connect me on LinkedIn. I am available on LinkedIn. So you can message me, connect with me. This is my handle. It's very small. Sorry about that, but yeah, I can share you the whole slide if you like. And yeah, this is my LinkedIn handle. And yeah, see you there. If you have any other question, feel free to connect me there and ask me there directly.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing your expertise on your applications of generative AI on NLP. And thank you so much, Kshitiz, and have a really, really great evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. And I hope the presentation was informative and entertaining in some way, like, yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Thank you so much, Kshitiz. Rafa?
Hello. I think I'm frozen. Hello, I'm frozen. Can you hear me, Vania?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm frozen, I think. Yes, thank you so much for these presentations. We are jumping into our next guest and to our next conference. Thank you so much for all this valuable information. Muchas gracias, Vania. Qué gusto, la verdad, no sé por qué ahí me estaba cruzando con el lenguaje, pero bueno, vamos a continuar con la agenda. La verdad que ha sido muy interesante todo lo que hemos estado viendo. Ustedes pueden ver toda esta agenda de la inteligencia artificial. Definitivamente es el año de la inteligencia artificial. Estamos observando que, bueno, está revolucionando la industria. No sé, Lupita, por ahí nos escuchas, ya está todo bien tu equipo y todo. Bueno, listo.
Hola. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, hola, Lupita.
Hola, sí, es ahora sí que hice cambio de equipo para hoy, porque el de ayer tampoco me ayudó mucho, pero pues como que Guatemala me fui a Guatemala, pero bueno, aquí estoy desde el móvil, o sea, recuerden que la tecnología está para servirnos y no nosotros para servir a la tecnología. Entonces ya desde mi teléfono móvil, mi teléfono celular aquí me enlacé. Pues, obviamente estoy siguiendo todas las conferencias, muy interesante todo, y como mencionas, sí, este año ha sido todo un boom con lo que es inteligencia artificial, ha sido el tema de moda, se podría decir, desde lo que fue ChatGPT y todo el montón de cosas que se pudo empezar a desarrollar a partir de eso. Entonces, pues, ya nos espera una recta final bastante interesante, igual con los siguientes conferencistas que nos van a acompañar dentro de un momento más. Entonces, hoy estoy solita, pues ahorita no se encuentra conmigo hoy, porque como mencionábamos, tras bambalinas, hoy es un día muy especial para la City, ya que dentro de una hora y media tal vez, se llevará a cabo la ceremonia de graduación para nuestros estudiantes del año 2023. Entonces, igual estamos muy contentos por eso. Es un día de fiesta también para la división, porque pues se gradúan estudiantes de licenciatura y posgrados. Que un abrazo desde acá para los chicos que ya están por graduarse. No te escucho.
Ahora sí. Perdón, bueno, vamos a despedir a Vania. No sé si te encuentras por ahí, Vania, para despedirte. Por ahí ya sé que traes una actividad. Y bueno, rápidamente para dar el cierre, muchas gracias de verdad, Vania, por acompañarnos. Bueno, aquí Lupita nos está acompañando desde la Universidad Juárez. Ella representa ahí a toda la academia y todo el equipo y comunidad de DaCity, la división académica de tecnologías y ciencias de la información, y para que ustedes pues también tengan pues este contacto igual con Vania, incluso invitarla por ahí a alguna conferencia que nos pueda acompañar posteriormente. Y pues agradecemos muchísimo a Vania. Gracias por acompañarnos.
No, Rafa, un placer. Fue un gusto haberme conectado con esta audiencia de Villahermosa, Tabasco, el sureste mexicano. Deseo que puedan seguir continuando desarrollando sus habilidades de programación en inteligencia artificial y tecnológicas. Nosotros tenemos mucho talento y muchas gracias, Rafa, y un gusto conocerte, Lupita, and bye, Deepa. I'm just going to listen your talk from as a background. Gracias a todos.
Gracias, Vania. Un placer.
Gracias. Perfecto, Lupita. Pues bueno, en lo que nos vamos acomodando la agenda, porque todavía tenemos algunos espacios de minutos, vamos a mandar unos mensajes y también a colocar algunos videos para que ustedes sigan conociendo más acerca de nuestra comunidad. Recuerden que estamos en vivo y pues agradeciendo toda su asistencia desde las aulas virtuales también, quienes nos están acompañando. Vamos a comenzar próximamente aquí con la siguiente conferencia y recordarles nuestros patrocinadores, las personas que hacen esto posible, las personas que están realizando pues esta gran labor de impulsar a emprendedores, a creadores y creadoras, programadores, programadoras, y que están realizando este gran esfuerzo. Entonces vamos a ir al video y ahorita comenzamos. Muchas gracias a todas y todos.
Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better. Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better. Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better.
Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today. Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today. Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today. Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today. Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today. Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today. Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today. Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today.
Hola, hola, ¿cómo están? Aquí estamos de vuelta. Ya vamos a empezar nuestra tercera charla del día de hoy. Ya por aquí ya tenemos a nuestro ponente, que es Abdón, y ahorita les voy a dar la introducción sobre él, para que les pueda explicar y les voy a contar un poquito acerca de él. Su charla es Descubre cómo se creó IBM y Quantum Learning, y Abdón es de Galicia, de España, es un entusiasta de la tecnología, Tech Lead at IBM Quantum, y es Google Developer Expert on Web Technologies. Así que le doy la bienvenida a Abdón. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí, Abdón.
Hola, buenos días, buenas tardes. Gracias
Buenos días por acá
la
todavía.
introducción.
No, a ti,
Vale.
gracias por haber aceptado la invitación. Así que en el momento que tú quieras, comparte tu pantalla y ya le damos screen por acá nosotros.
Ok, vamos a ver. Aquí.
Y listo.
Vale, ahí ya lo tenéis.
Sí.
Perfecto. A ver qué fondo está por aquí. Vale, bien, pues Building a Platform to Learn Quantum Computing. Antes de empezar la charla como tal, mencionar un poco lo que ya han dicho. Pues bueno, mi nombre es Abdón, podéis encontrarme en internet como Abdón RD por casi cualquier plataforma. Soy de Vigo, de Galicia, de España, y trabajo como Tech Lead en IBM Quantum, dentro del departamento de IBM Research. Y pertenezco también pues, al o participo en el grupo de Google Developer Expert en la parte de Web Technologies. Bien. Como mencionabas, trabajo en IBM desde hace ya varios años y empecé trabajando desde España remoto y el año pasado, sí, más o menos un año, me mudé desde España a Estados Unidos, al estado de Nueva York, porque me vine a trabajar aquí, a este laboratorio en medio de un bosque, que son los headquarters de IBM, de IBM Research, para ser más específicos, y aquí hacemos, pues, entre otras cosas, mucha computación cuántica. Y aquí, por dar un poco de contexto de en qué consiste esto de IBM Quantum, pues desde IBM Quantum em, se ofrecen diferentes sistemas de computación cuántica, sistemas cuánticos para diversos propósitos. Y al igual que tenemos el hardware real donde se pueden ejecutar diferentes programas, tenemos también el toolkit open source que se llama Qiskit, desde el cual tú puedes, pues, construir tus circuitos y ejecutarlos en este hardware. Y de hecho, pues ya no son los simuladores, sino que lo puedes ejecutar desde el propio hardware real de muchos dispositivos que existen en IBM Quantum. Pues aquí, por ejemplo, tenéis una, una pequeña demostración de cómo, pues, podéis conectaros a los sistemas, construir vuestro circuito y ejecutarlo para ver el resultado. Bien, pues todo estará un poco en contexto, todo lo que viene ahora, que es el momento en el que surge este proyecto, del que voy a estar explicando hoy un poco cómo lo hemos ido desarrollando. Y empezó un poco con crear una plataforma donde las personas puedan aprender sobre computación cuántica y que puedan aprender de manera pues, interactiva. Empezamos con unos requisitos que fueron surgiendo, al menos los principales. Vamos a necesitar tener cursos, esos cursos van a ser compuestos por lecciones. Vamos a necesitar tener tutoriales también, y todo este contenido, tanto los cursos como los tutoriales, van a ser escritos en una tecnología que se llama Jupyter Notebook, que es una tecnología que se usa mucho en el mundo científico y en el mundo de la investigación. Para quien no lo conozca, se vería como algo así, donde tú tienes, es un formato donde tú tienes bloques de código de Markdown bloques de Markdown y bloques de código. Ese código es código Python que tú puedes ejecutar y se ejecuta ahí en línea. Y entonces tú puedes ver los resultados. O sea que, por ejemplo, ejecutar este trocito de código y ver el resultado en la imagen. Y estas celdas ejecutables van a ser una de las cosas que también vamos a necesitar en esta plataforma de aprendizaje, al igual que soportar notaciones matemáticas, que es otro de las cosas importantes para explicar computación cuántica. Por último, también progreso del usuario para que vaya viendo cómo avanza en sus lecciones. Y los multiple choice questions, que serían como pequeñas preguntas de test para que la persona pueda como confirmar o validar que está aprendiendo correctamente o que está aprendiendo correctamente. Dicho esto, podemos pasar un poco a ver cómo está esto estructurado por dentro, cómo hemos ido desarrollando en la parte técnica este proyecto. Y entonces partimos de IBM Quantum, que sería esa plataforma donde tenemos, pues, ya desde hace años, cuando empezamos el proyecto, todo lo que es pues, autentificación, sistema de usuarios y el acceso a los ordenadores reales. Y aquí es donde empieza el proyecto de esta plataforma de educación. Empezamos con una aplicación para backend, utilizando una tecnología que se llama Directus. Con esta tecnología vamos a crear la API principal con la que nos comunicaremos y tiene varias cosas. La primera, pues una base de datos de Postgres, está conectado también con una base de datos de Redis para gestionar el caché y las sesiones. un Object Storage donde vamos a guardar todos los ficheros necesarios, tanto pues los mismos Jupyter Notebook como imágenes y demás cosas. Y nos ofrece esta tecnología Directive principalmente dos cosas que nos interesan mucho, que sería pues la API GraphQL. También tiene una API REST, pero la que vamos a estar usando es la API GraphQL para comunicarnos con él. Y un dashboard también desde el que vamos a poder configurar desde el propio proyecto, la propia base de datos y demás, hasta gestionar el contenido que va a vivir dentro de este proyecto. Haremos una pequeña demostración luego de cómo funciona. Y este backend lo tenemos conectado para la parte de autentificación y gestión de usuarios con la propia plataforma de IBM Quantum. Por otro lado, tenemos la aplicación hecha en Next, que sería la aplicación de frontend. Next es un framework basado en Vue para hacer aplicaciones web. Y también quiero mencionar un par de librerías, las más principales que hemos usado para este proyecto también. La primera sería los Kabungo Components, que es una librería de componentes web basado en el sistema de diseño de Carbon de IBM. Luego también otra librería que se llama Unified. Esta librería la utilizamos para manipular el contenido. El contenido que recibimos de los creadores de contenido es principalmente Markdown, que es lo que existe dentro de los Jupyter Notebooks. Y ese contenido tenemos que manipularlo de ciertas formas, como por ejemplo para renderizar luego las notaciones matemáticas, los componentes interactivos y demás, y usamos esta tecnología. Luego también Catex, que es para justo lo que utilizamos para renderizar de manera correcta las notaciones matemáticas. Y por último CodeMirror, que es la librería que utilizamos para las celdas de ejecución, entonces para hacer el syntax highlighting y toda la parte del bloque de código, utilizamos esta librería. Son todo librerías de JavaScript. ¿Cómo conectamos esto? Pues la aplicación web de Next se va a conectar a través de la API de GraphQL con el backend que tenemos hecho en Directus. Y además también se va a conectar con la propia plataforma de IBM Quantum para gestionar la parte de autentificación. Y además de la parte de autentificación, también con un stack que tenemos de Jupyter, este proyecto del que hablaba antes, donde vamos a ejecutar en esas, concretamente es un Jupyter Lab, donde vamos a ejecutar esos trozos de código que el usuario tiene en las lecciones, que va a poder pues, cambiar y editar y una vez que se ejecuten mostrar los resultados. Bien, ¿y cómo se ve todo esto? Porque claro, estoy hablando solo de un montón de tecnologías, que un poco es la idea de la charla, que conozcáis diferentes tecnologías que estamos utilizando para llevar a cabo este proyecto. Pero ¿cómo se ve? ¿Cómo se ve visualmente? Que esto entiendo que os va a ayudar también a visualizar esta parte del stack. Entonces, de noche se ve así y de día se ve así. Esto será la página principal donde bueno, listamos cursos y demás, tutoriales. Tenemos también pues, la página de cada curso en sí, donde listamos pues, las lecciones que forman este curso, descripción del curso, materiales y demás. También el progreso del usuario. Y luego en las páginas de las lecciones tenemos diferentes componentes interactivos, desde pues, diferentes pequeños tooltips o las preguntas de test para comprobar que el usuario está aprendiendo con el curso y está aprendiendo bien los conceptos, y también pues, la gestión del propio progreso del usuario. Y luego mayores tenemos también en medio de esas lecciones la parte de las notaciones matemáticas, como podéis ver ahí arriba, o las mismas celdas de ejecución, que es una de las partes importantes para que la persona que está estudiando entienda cómo se obtienen cómo y de qué manera se obtienen los resultados. Y por último también los tutoriales, que también tienen muchas notaciones matemáticas. Y bien, entonces ahora volvemos a la parte del backend y volvemos al stack y a entender cómo está montado. Y aquí tenemos pues el proyecto de Directus del que hablaba antes, con todos los servicios que tiene conectado, pero nos vamos a centrar principalmente en esa aplicación de Directus. Entonces, voy a hacer una pequeña demo. Voy a tratar de hacerlo, a ver si no nos da muchos problemas, para mostraros cómo funciona esta tecnología. Entonces, nos venimos por aquí y tengo un pequeño fichero de Docker Compose, para ser más exacto, donde vamos a definir dos servicios. Uno va a ser la base de datos y otro va a ser la propia aplicación de directos con unas variables de entorno aquí y poco más. Entonces podemos ver que no tengo ninguna... Eso lo vamos a ejecutar con Docker. Vemos que no tenemos ningún contenedor más, ninguna imagen más, entonces vamos a ejecutar el Docker Compose que levantará el proyecto. Esto va a ser una aplicación vacía, que es la misma. Este Docker Compose lo podéis sacar de la documentación oficial de Directus. Entonces va a ser un proyecto vacío. No va a haber nada aquí. Nos autentificamos con el usuario y contraseña de administración que hemos configurado aquí. Y aquí tenemos acceso ya a este panel de administración de Directus. ¿Qué podemos hacer desde aquí? Pues podemos hacer inicialmente, pues crear las colecciones iniciales. Pues, por ejemplo, podemos crear la colección donde vamos a guardar los cursos. Va a tener unos campos iniciales, el de status y de quién lo ha creado y quién lo ha actualizado y a qué hora. El del orden no nos va a importar en este caso. Luego veremos para qué podemos utilizar el campo de status para poder decir si algo está disponible o no. Y aquí ya tendríamos el esquema de una base de datos, en este caso SQL, con Postgres por detrás, de la colección de cursos. Pues tenemos el ID, el status y los campos principales. Entonces podemos añadir un campo nuevo, que puede ser el nombre del curso, y vamos a marcar que va a ser un campo requerido. Como veis, aquí estamos definiendo el propio esquema de la base de datos. Y aquí tenemos el nombre también del curso. Entonces, desde aquí, desde el Data Model, estamos configurando pues eso, el modelo de datos de la aplicación, de la API. Y desde aquí, desde el contenido, podemos gestionar ese esquema. Entonces aquí, por ejemplo, podríamos crear pues, nuestro primer curso, course name, y podemos guardarlo y aquí se va a listar pues, todos los cursos. Esto, toda la parte que es UI es bastante configurable, pues podemos venir aquí, poner el status por un lado, que el nombre ocupe más y demás. Entonces, ya tendríamos disponible el curso. Y vamos a añadir también, para mostrar cómo funcionan las relaciones, a añadir la tabla de lecciones. Entonces aquí gestionamos las lecciones, volvemos a añadir el status. Aquí sí que vamos a activar el campo. Estos son campos por defecto que ofrece Directus. Y bueno, como podéis imaginar, los de creación de usuario y de actualización actualizan esos datos. Y con el de sort vamos a poder luego ordenar con drag and drop los propios campos. Aquí vamos a añadir también el título, por ejemplo, de la lección. Lo vamos a marcar también como requerido. Y ya tendríamos lo mismo, las lecciones. Pero no nos interesa tener las lecciones aquí sueltas. Las vamos a querer tener relacionadas con los cursos, porque los cursos son quien contiene esas lecciones. Entonces nos vamos a venir aquí a los cursos y vamos a decir que va a tener una relación one-to-many, porque puede tener varias lecciones, y le vamos a llamar ese campo lessons. Y aquí generamos esa relación. ¿Cómo va a ser esa relación? Pues los cursos va a tener una relación con la tabla de lecciones. Vamos a guardar el ID del curso en un campo que se llame course dentro de lecciones. Y vamos a utilizar ese campo que creamos antes de sort para poder ordenar los cursos, las lecciones dentro de cada curso. Y aquí vamos a poner que la interfaz vaya a ser one-to-many, de manera que podemos ver cómo se van a listar. Entonces volvemos aquí a los cursos, tenemos nuestro curso y aquí ya nos sale la opción de relacionar de los cursos. Y aquí, por ejemplo, podemos crear un curso nuevo, le ponemos el título, lesson, title, la guardamos y lo guardamos y aquí lo tenemos. Sin embargo, la parte de la UI no queda tan clara porque, por ejemplo, estamos poniendo aquí, se está reflejando el ID de la lección. Y nos sale aquí el botón de poder añadir lecciones existentes, lo cual para la gente que va a crear el contenido desde aquí pueden ayudarle mucho. También aparecen las lecciones aquí. Como mencionábamos, no nos interesa tanto porque queremos que la gente que cree las lecciones lo haga desde el propio curso. Pues vamos a cambiar no el esquema, sino la visualización. Entonces vamos aquí a Data Model y vamos a hacer que las lecciones estén ocultas. Y vamos a venir aquí a los cursos y en ese campo que es el campo relacional de las lessons, en la parte de interface podemos cambiarlo y decir, vale, no queremos ofrecer esa opción de seleccionar, solo vamos a poder crear lecciones. ¿Y cómo queremos que se vean las lecciones? Esa lista de lecciones, pues vamos a listar, vamos a mostrar el status primero e inmediatamente después el título. Entonces esto lo guardamos, volvemos a nuestra parte de contenido, ya vemos que solo tenemos los cursos. Aquí se lista los cursos que tenemos y ya listamos las lecciones. Pero ya las listamos de manera que vemos el estatus y el título de la lección, lo cual nos ayuda bastante a crear este contenido. Una vez que tenemos definido todo el esquema de nuestra base de datos, hay una cosa que podemos hacer. Tengo el comando por aquí, que sería ejecutar npx directus schema snapshot y decirle el path, y lo que va a hacer es un snapshot de todo nuestro esquema. Entonces lo ejecutamos y aquí en nuestro sistema de ficheros, donde, bueno, no lo mostré antes, pero mostrar que solamente tenemos el fichero Docker Compose, una carpeta vacía de uploads en caso de que queramos subir ficheros y la carpeta de snapshot donde hemos generado aquí el snapshot de toda nuestra aplicación. Aquí podemos ver las colecciones que tenemos, los campos que tiene cada una de las colecciones, así. Y lo mismo con así. Y bueno, queda el registro también de todas las relaciones entre ellos. ¿Para qué nos sirve este snapshot? Porque podemos compartirlo y al igual que podemos hacer un esquema de snapshot, podemos hacer un esquema apply, que sería aplicar un esquema que tengamos previamente a nuestro proyecto. Bien, entonces ahora podemos mostrar cómo simplemente teniendo esta parte de aquí, el propio Directus nos va a generar la API en la que poder consumir estos datos. Entonces podemos ver aquí, llamamos a la misma URL donde estamos, en localhost 8055, y vamos a pedirle items, es la forma que tiene de consultar las colecciones que creamos, y vamos a pedir la lista de cursos. Al final es una API REST normal y corriente. Llamamos y me dice, hey, no tienes permisos. ¿Y por qué no tienes permisos? Vamos a verlo. Aquí en la parte de Access Control, por defecto, tú cuando creas cosas, creas colecciones, no vas a tener acceso a nada. Entonces aquí en el rol público podemos venir y decirle, vale, pues queremos que la gente pueda ver los cursos y queremos que la gente, esto es en la parte de lectura, y la gente pueda ver las lecciones. Entonces si venimos aquí y volvemos a ejecutar la misma llamada, ahí lo tenemos. Ya tiene acceso a ver toda la información del curso. Pero claro, esto es el rol público. Puede que varios de estos campos, como el estatus o quién lo creó, quién lo editó y demás, todo esto no nos interesa mostrarlo. Entonces, el sistema de control de accesos que tiene Directus nos permite bastante de manera granular seleccionar qué es lo que queremos mostrar y lo que no, dependiendo del rol. Entonces podemos venir aquí y decir, sí, el ID lo queremos mostrar, pero el status no, el user created no, esto no. Y dejar solo la información más básica. Lo guardamos, volvemos a ejecutar la misma consulta y aquí lo tenemos. Ya tenemos únicamente la información que queremos permitir ver a ese tipo de usuarios. Pero de todas formas, tenemos aquí también que habíamos usado un status a draft, lo cual podríamos utilizar para que no tengan acceso a estos cursos. Entonces nos venimos aquí otra vez al Access Control, en el rol público, y decimos, vale, habíamos dicho que puedes ver todos los cursos y ahora lo vamos a cambiar y podemos aplicar reglas de permisos y decirle, vale, solo vas a poder ver los cursos cuando el status sea publicado. Guardamos esto de aquí, volvemos a ejecutar y ahora ya no tenemos acceso a ningún curso porque el único curso que hemos creado está como draft. Entonces podemos venir al curso, lo cambiamos como publisher, lo guardamos, volvemos a ejecutar la llamada y ahora volvemos a tener acceso. Vamos a ir a la parte de las lecciones para hacer más o menos lo mismo. Y vamos a decirle también que solo vas a tener acceso a las lecciones que estén publicadas y de la misma manera queremos esconder los valores que no nos interesa mostrar al usuario público. Los tenemos solo con el título, el curso y el cómo se ordenan los cursos, las lecciones. Y esto, volvemos al mismo problema de antes, de que como la lección estaba en draft, no se ve. Entonces, volvemos al contenido y aquí está nuestra lección, la ponemos como pública, la guardamos y ahora ya deberíamos de tener acceso. Aquí la tenemos. Y esto es con la API de la API REST. Podemos movernos a la otra query que tengo aquí preparada para la API de GraphQL. El endpoint es siempre GraphQL, haces un post, emites tu query y en tu query pues simplemente especificamos que queremos listar todos los cursos, conseguir el ID, el nombre, las lecciones y de cada lección queremos el ID y el título. Enviamos la query y aquí tenemos todos los datos. Y esto es un poco pues como podéis levantar una API bastante rápido, de manera visual inicialmente, pero que da lugar a gestionar pues, los roles y permisos con bastante granularidad. Y más cosas que te puede ofrecer esto, pues desde revisiones, donde puedes ver cómo ha ido cambiando las diferentes ediciones que hemos ido haciendo. Pues, por ejemplo, lo he cerrado. Aquí cuando hemos cambiado de draft a publisher, en qué fecha se ha actualizado y lo mismo si ahora, por ejemplo, cambiásemos el nombre del curso, tendríamos otra entrada más y queda siempre un registro de los cambios que se han ido realizando. Y yo creo que esto ya es suficiente para que os hagáis una idea de cómo podemos crear una API. Todo esto por debajo, no lo he mencionado, pero todo esto por debajo es un proyecto de Node.js. El front, en la parte del dashboard, está hecho en Vue y es bastante modular. Es decir, por ejemplo, cada una de las visualizaciones de los campos, como hemos, por ejemplo, configurado antes para enseñar esta parte relacional, es configurable y puedes crear tus extensiones para mostrar ahí el elemento como tú quieras, que por detrás, al final, la información que hay te permite verla aquí, la información cruda, siempre la tienes aquí y tú decides cómo mostrarla con el widget adecuado. De la misma manera puedes crear tus endpoints a mano y acceso a crear casi cualquier tipo de extensión, endpoint y demás de manera programática con JavaScript o TypeScript. Dicho esto, ya tenemos la API funcionando y podemos volver a la presentación y pasamos a la parte del frontend. En esta parte de frontend teníamos esto aquí, la aplicación de Nux con varias dependencias que se conectaba tanto a la API que acabamos de mostrar como a la plataforma propia de IBM Quantum. Nos vamos a centrar primero en Nux. Como mencionaba al principio, Nux es un framework de JavaScript para crear aplicaciones. Está basado en Vue, entonces todos los componentes van a ser escritos en Vue. ¿Por qué empezamos la aplicación con con Next, pues fue un poco porque es la tecnología que el equipo tenía más experiencia, más expertise, y aprovechamos eso para empezar a utilizarlo. Y bueno, cosas que te dan Next para hacer aplicaciones, pues desde la parte de routing en base al sistema de ficheros, layouting, te ayuda con el data fetching, a manejar los assets y los estilos. Por ejemplo, usamos SAS también con los componentes de Carbon. State management, error handling, bueno, te ayuda con más o menos todas las cosas que puedes necesitar para hacer una aplicación web. Luego, la primera dependencia de la que os había hablado es Carbon Web Components. Carbon Web Components está basado en las APIs de bajo nivel del DOM para crear componentes web, que serían los custom elements, los HTML templates y los shadow DOM. Con esto entonces puedes crear tus componentes personalizables basados en el propio estándar del navegador que vas a poder importar y utilizar en cualquier tipo de aplicación. Por ejemplo, en esta aplicación de Next. ¿Y cómo funciona? En el caso de los Cargo Components, es simplemente te instalas el paquete, importas los componentes que vayas a querer usar. Pues, por ejemplo, aquí tenemos un ejemplo con un dropdown. Lo utilizas como cualquier etiqueta que podría traer el navegador y ya está, se renderiza. Y esto es siguiendo los estándares del navegador sin importar el framework que estés utilizando para hacer la aplicación en sí. ¿Y componentes que hemos ido usando? Pues desde componentes básicos como puede ser un botón o pequeños tags para mostrar información, hasta componentes más complejos, como podría ser toda la shell, todo el esqueleto de la aplicación, donde tenemos pues desde el menú, la toolbar principal, donde están los enlaces de la navegación, la parte de arriba a la izquierda donde tenemos la búsqueda, el cambio de aplicación, la sesión del usuario e incluso el menú lateral en las secciones, el menú de navegación. Todo esto son componentes que ya están hechos por otro equipo y solo hemos tenido que importar y utilizar. Más cosas. Unified. Esta librería para manipular el contenido. Porque, bueno, como comentaba antes, todo el contenido que nos entregan los creadores de contenido vienen en base a los ficheros de Jupyter, de los Jupyter Notebook, que no he querido entrar mucho en detalle, pero dentro del backend, en la parte de directos, lo que hacemos un poco es parsear ese Jupyter Notebook que nos entregan, extraer el contenido y lo guardamos en base de datos para que luego sea accesible desde la API en función de roles, permisos y demás. Entonces, con esto, ¿qué es lo que hacemos? Pues recibimos el contenido, principalmente Markdown, y lo tenemos que convertir a un HTML que sea capaz de pintarse bien en el navegador y se vea como esperamos que se vea. Entonces, por ejemplo, el convertir cosas sencillas como imágenes, títulos, luego cosas que se hacen un poquito más complejas como las notaciones matemáticas, o incluso, no lo pongo aquí para no complicar el ejemplo, pero desde widgets interactivos o las propias celdas de ejecución y demás. Entonces, ¿cómo utilizamos Unified para hacer esto? Pues el ejemplo sencillo sería algo así. Obviamente podemos añadir y quitar cosas aquí, pero este sería como uno de los ejemplos sencillos. Tenemos una función para parsear que va a recibir un string, el propio Markdown, el texto del Markdown. Y utilizamos esta librería Unified para crear un procesador. Este procesador lo utilizaremos luego para procesar el contenido y devolver el contenido procesado. Y a este procesador le podemos encadenar diferentes plugins. Por ejemplo, con el primero, Remark Parse, lo que hacemos es convertir ese string que tenemos, lo convertimos a un syntax tree de Markdown. Al final, Unified, que permite tanto manipular Markdown como manipular HTML y viceversa, lo maneja todo con syntax tree. Entonces, convertimos ese string al syntax tree de Markdown. Una vez que lo tenemos así, podemos parsearlo y serializarlo para extraer las notaciones matemáticas. Luego, convertimos ese syntax tree de Markdown a un syntax tree de HTML. Entonces, ahí es donde ocurre esa conversión de un lenguaje a otro, por decirlo de alguna manera. Y como ya tenemos ahí el syntax tree de HTML, podemos convertir y renderizar las notaciones matemáticas. Aquí lo utilizando Kshitiz, esa librería de la que antes mencionaba. Y para que veáis cómo se hacen estos plugins, he puesto uno en línea en el que pues, recibimos el árbol, el árbol de todo el contenido que hemos enviado y podemos iterarlo con este visit y hacer esa lógica condicional de que en el caso de que sea una imagen, de que el tag name sea una imagen, entonces estaríamos en este caso de haber extraído una imagen del Markdown. Convertimos o renombramos ese tag name para que en vez de que renderice una imagen normal de estándar, utilice el componente nuxImage, que es el componente que tiene Nux para renderizar las imágenes o tratar las imágenes de manera optimizada. Entonces, este sería un pequeño ejemplo. Y luego nada, simplemente con rehype stringify serializamos ese syntax tree de HTML para luego obtener el string final de HTML. Y esto sería un poco como utilizamos Unified, que aquí estoy poniendo pues, las cosas más básicas, solo el ejemplo de convertir el propio Markdown a HTML, cosas como lo que enseño de los títulos en las imágenes, ya lo hace el per se, ya está built-in en la librería. Y luego cosas como las matemáticas y demás, son pequeños plugins que tenemos que añadir para que Unified entienda qué tiene que hacer con ellas. Y además de estas, pues tenemos otro montón de transformaciones desde soportar los propios componentes de view dentro del Markdown, soportar las celdas de código ejecutable, los tooltips y bueno, diferentes elementos interactivos que todos los parseamos y los tratamos con esto. Luego, siguiendo, tenemos Kshitiz, esta ya lo he mencionado un par de veces, pero es la librería que utilizamos para renderizar las notaciones matemáticas. Al final, en este mundo de la computación cuántica hay mucha matemática, un montón de matemáticas, y los científicos las utilizan para reflejar lo que te están enseñando. Entonces necesitamos mostrarlas de manera correcta y rápida. Y es una de las librerías que hay para poder hacer esto. Matjack sería otra de las librerías más famosas también. Y por último, CodeMirror. Con CodeMirror lo que hacemos es la parte de las celdas de ejecución que hablaba antes. Entonces, ¿cómo funciona CodeMirror? Tenemos esta librería, también es otra librería de JavaScript, que nos va a permitir crear estos bloques de código, teniendo en cuenta diferentes cosas como accesibilidad, el propio syntax highlighting, te deja hacer autocompletado, pues añadir las líneas, el collapse, todas estas cosas, soportar versiones móviles y demás. Y es muy modular y te permite añadir pues desde sintaxis propias que necesites tú o lo que sea. Entonces, en nuestro caso, nos interesa, y tengo el pequeño ejemplo, nos interesa mostrar Python, porque todo el código que nosotros tenemos dentro de las lecciones, de los tutoriales, es código Python. Porque el Qiskit, esta toolkit que mencionaba al principio para comunicarte para construir los circuitos y comunicarte con los ordenadores, es una librería de Python y es todo código Python. Entonces, lo que nos interesa es tener celdas de código en Python. Y con CodeMirror lo defines así. Simplemente nada, importas CodeMirror y creas una instancia nueva de un editor donde le puedes pasar el contenido en ese campo doc y ahí estará todo el contenido que vas a renderizar. Y en base a extensiones puedes definir cómo vas a querer verlo. En este caso, por ejemplo, solo importamos el lenguaje de Python y un setup básico y le indicamos con el parent dónde vamos a querer renderizar esto. Entonces, nada, simplemente con esto obtenemos la celda de código. Y esto, ¿cómo lo utilizamos? Porque esto es tan importante. Porque con esto creamos estas celdas, que también enseñé en algún momento, donde el propio estudiante puede practicar en línea en ese momento en el que está aprendiendo sobre ciertas fórmulas y ciertas cosas, ejecutar el código ahí en línea y ver cuál es el resultado y poder hacer pruebas. Porque esta celda de código es editable, tú puedes hacer ahí las pruebas que necesites y ejecutar mientras estás aprendiendo la lección. Tengo aquí también el pequeño ejemplo de cómo sería ejecutar esas celdas. Ahí está. Entonces aquí veríais cómo tienes bloques de código de Python que tú ejecutas. ¿Esto cómo funciona internamente? Esto se va a la plataforma de IBM Quantum y dentro de esas instancias que decía de Jupyter Lab, ejecutamos estos trozos de código, obtenemos los resultados y se los traemos de vuelta al usuario con el output que devuelva esa ejecución. En este caso, por ejemplo, el output es una imagen de un circuito. Bien, y con esto creo que ya podemos hacer una pequeña recapitulación de todo el stack que hemos ido utilizando, donde al final tenemos pues la plataforma de IBM Quantum, donde tenemos los ordenadores de hardware real y las instancias de Jupyter para poder ejecutar el código. Tenemos la aplicación de backend hecha con Directus, con su base de datos de Postgres, donde guardamos todo, el Redis para caché y el Object Storage para todos los ficheros. Tenemos también la aplicación de Next, la aplicación web con sus dependencias y que conectamos a través de la API de GraphQL para el backend con Directus y también pues, toda parte de autentificación, usuarios y demás con la parte de IBM Quantum. Y por último, también mencionar el dashboard que utilizamos tanto para gestionar la API en sí como para que los propios creadores de contenido, en base a esos roles y permisos de los que fui mostrando antes, puedes configurar todo ese dashboard para que en función de quién eres tengas acceso a editar unas cosas específicas. Y con esto creo que podemos dar por cerrada la charla y si tenéis cualquier pregunta o duda, estaré encantado de resolver.
Muchísimas gracias, Abdón. Estuvo bastante interesante. De hecho, sí hay un par de preguntas por acá. Déjame que las comience a anotar. Están
claro.
un poquito entre lo técnico y lo no técnico.
Vale.
Yo tengo una pregunta en particular y es, ¿cómo yo puedo llegar a trabajar en IBM Quantum? O sea, ¿cuántos años necesito de experiencia o qué lenguajes de programación yo necesito saber para llegar a trabajar allá?
Pues a ver, ¿cómo responder esto? En tecnologías, quizás las tecnologías que más se utilizan, bueno, desde JavaScript para muchas de las cosas de tanto las webs como parte de los backends, que sí que se hacen con JavaScript. Luego Python, mucho Python, es una de las tecnologías que más se utiliza, sobre toda la parte científica. Al final esto de la computación cuántica todavía pertenece mucho a la parte de investigación y se sigue investigando todos los días el cómo funciona todo en general. Y quizá, al menos en los equipos en los que yo he trabajado dentro de Quantum, son las tecnologías que más se utilizan. Sí es cierto que cuando te bajas más a nivel de hardware, sí que ya se empiezan a utilizar otros lenguajes. Creo que hay proyectos con Go, creo que hay proyectos con Rust. Depende del nivel al que te metas. En mi caso, por ejemplo, siempre he estado más en la parte de, pues eso, de frontend, backend y más, sobre todo, tecnologías web y demás. Entonces es lo que más conozco, vaya.
Perfecto. Bueno, yo estoy en la parte de frontend, entonces sí puede ser que en un año pueda aplicar por allá.
Seguro que sí.
Ahora, ¿qué lenguajes de programación se necesita en general? ¿Necesitan saber un poquito más de Python, un poquito más de JavaScript para poder trabajar en toda la cuestión del código código cuántico?
Para esas, específicamente para parte más de Quantum, toda la comunicación y de quien genera, del usuario que construye el circuito y lo ejecuta, sí que es todo Python. Al final, el toolkit que enseñaba al principio, Qiskit, que es, digamos, un poco el toolkit el toolkit que tenemos para comunicarte construir y comunicarte con los ordenadores, es todo código Python. Y entonces el científico que hace sus pruebas o el universitario o la persona que trabaje en business o lo que sea que ejecuta, termina construyendo todo desde código Python.
Correcto. ¿Y hay alguna empresa que ya esté trabajando con computación cuántica?
Sí, un montón de empresas.
Por ejemplo, una.
No sé decirte, yo que sé, Cleveland Clinic, por ejemplo, anunció hace no mucho, pues, acuerdos de conforme sí está, bueno, sí que está utilizando esta tecnología. Pero bueno, hay infinidad de empresas.
Ok. Y una parte importante que esto, no sé si suceda mucho en España, pero aquí en México sí, que es como que las matemáticas asustan a las personas. O sea, en general es como de no
Sí.
quiero matemáticas. Y es esencial tener como una base sólida de matemáticas para poder trabajar en la parte de la computación cuántica.
Supongo que pues depende al nivel en el que estés. Por ejemplo, en la parte en la que estamos o en la que estoy yo al menos, como son trabajar con tecnologías web, no hace, obviamente tienes que tener ciertos conocimientos de cómo funcionan las cosas por detrás. Pero bueno, al final nosotros hacemos o trabajamos con tecnologías web. Entonces, el trabajar con computación cuántica per se no es lo que hacemos nosotros. Esos son equipos más a bajo nivel que se encargan de esa parte.
Ok,
Entonces, ¿hace falta? Depende del nivel al que te quieras meter. En mi caso, por ejemplo, yo no tengo muchos conocimientos de computación cuántica. Tengo los básicos que he ido aprendiendo estos años, pero no es mi expertise ni de lejos, vaya.
totalmente. Y por último, ¿cuáles son las tecnologías web con las que tú trabajas y cuál es la que mejor recomiendas para que chicos que están empezando en la universidad puedan aprender a programar?
Vale, pues a lo largo de los años he ido cambiando dependiendo del proyecto. Entonces, en este proyecto, por ejemplo, lo que más utilizamos es View porque es un poco donde el equipo que estamos haciendo esto ya tenía experiencia. Entonces, hemos querido un poco reaprovechar esa experiencia para poder ir más rápido en el proyecto. Y tecnologías, obviamente, pues yo qué sé, he hecho también bastantes cosas con Web Components y APIs nativas del navegador en general. Lo que recomiendo siempre es aprender JavaScript. Luego el framework o la librería con la que trabajes irá cambiando con el tiempo. Ahora, por ejemplo, estamos trabajando con esto, pero el día de mañana, quién sabe, habrá otro framework, otra librería que tenga más adopción. Pero lo que es el lenguaje JavaScript es lo que se va a mantener más a largo plazo.
Sí, totalmente. De hecho, mayormente se les enseña JavaScript y después como que se enfocan un poquito en la parte de React, porque React es como la base sólida, por así decirlo, en la parte de trabajos, que es como
Ujú.
el framework que más piden.
Sí.
Ya entiendo tu parte de que conforme vas trabajando, vas utilizando diferentes tipos de framework que se usan en la parte del trabajo. Entonces es totalmente entendible. Y
Exacto, sí, hay
pues
otros proyectos mismo dentro de nuestros equipos que usan React, por ejemplo. En este estamos usando esto, pero hay un poco de todo. React también se usa un montón, desde luego.
sí, totalmente. Bueno, Abdón, muchísimas gracias por esta plática, por este demo que nos compartiste. Yo creo que esto es muy importante no solamente para las personas que ya tienen sus años programando, sino también para los alumnos que están como en esa parte de hacia dónde quiero ir, hacia dónde quiero estudiar, si me dedico al frontend, si me dedico al backend, o si me voy al machine learning, o si me voy a la parte de los datos. Entonces es muy importante que como que los alumnos se vayan como estableciendo un poquito más. Y por último, ¿dónde podemos encontrar como un poquito más de información sobre la computadora de IBM?
Sí, pues sí, la URL sería quantum-computing.ibm.com. Ahí tendríais acceso pues, a toda esta plataforma. Y si, por ejemplo, lo que queréis es aprender sobre computación cuántica, en learning.quantum-computing.ibm.com es esta plataforma que he ido enseñando, que hay pues ya publicados bastantes cursos o varios cursos donde se enseñan desde las cosas más básicas a cosas más complicadas y lo que es el contenido está en constante evolución. Entonces iréis viendo que cada vez hay más y mejores cursos dentro de la propia plataforma.
Perfectísimo. Muchísimas gracias, Abdón. Esperemos tenerte en otra charla. Muchos de los speakers nos dijeron que les encantaría ya que sea una charla presencial,
Sí.
donde ya puedan encontrarse con más personas, pero esperemos que pronto podamos tener otra charla donde tú puedas hablar de los temas que te interesan. Y muchísimas gracias por esta plática y gracias por haber aceptado la invitación para este Devfest.
Seguro que sí. Gracias a vosotros por tenerme en cuenta. Un abrazo.
Ok, vamos a tomarnos unos minutitos. Yo creo que hay un poco como de mucha información acerca de todo esto. Les voy a compartir el link que nos dejó Abdón por aquí para que ustedes puedan saber un poquito más para aprender acerca de la computadora cuántica. Esto es muy, muy importante que nosotros lo vayamos aprendiendo a lo largo de nuestras experiencias, y eso es algo que le decía Abdón, no solamente es ahorita, porque a veces cuando somos programadores que ya tenemos ciertos años o maestros que tenemos ciertos años, no queremos aprender ciertas cosas porque nos da miedo por X o Y razón, entonces porque así me pasa a mí. Pero en este caso es bonito cuando nos están enseñando algo nuevo de lo que podemos aprender y lo podemos impactar. Entonces, si ustedes, chicos y chicas, quieren aprender un poquito más, ahí les dejamos el link por aquí. De hecho, lo voy a mostrar por acá para que ustedes le puedan dar clic ahí y puedan aprender un poquito más sobre el tema. Esto es muy, muy, muy importante. Ya tenemos por aquí a nuestra siguiente y última speaker, entonces vamos a esperar unos minutitos para que ya le podamos dar para que ya le podamos dar la bienvenida. Y dame un segundo. Ok, espérame. Y deme un segundo y listo. Ya. Ahora sí, disculpen. Aquí va el incorrecto para que ustedes lo puedan utilizar. Vamos a esperar unos minutitos y ahorita vamos a comenzar nuestra última charla del día de hoy, y con eso vamos a concluir nuestro Devfest, que ha sido muy, muy, muy emocionante. Entonces, nos vemos en unos minutitos.
It's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better. Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better. Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better. Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better. Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better.
Hola, hola. Aquí estamos de vuelta. Ya aquí tenemos a nuestro speaker por aquí, pero vamos a esperarnos unos minutitos más ya para empezar completamente para darle el inicio. Voy a agregar por aquí a Lupita. Lupita, ¿estás por aquí? Antes de agregarla. Bueno, vamos a empezar. Bueno, estamos muy emocionados. Lupita, ¿estás aquí? Le voy a dar intro. Hola, Lupita, ¿cómo estás? No te escucho. No te escucho. ¿Por qué cuando yo estoy no te escucho? No lo sé, pero ya estamos en nuestra última charla del día de hoy. Ya estamos emocionados porque ya es un momento increíble. De hecho, nuestro speaker me dice que si ustedes pueden ir haciendo el código con ella al mismo tiempo que ella lo va a ir explicando, va a estar súper bien. Si ustedes pueden ir aprendiendo al mismo tiempo. Ahorita Abdón nos hizo una demo increíble de cómo funciona la computación cuántica. Entonces, a ustedes esto igual les puede servir para empezar a hacer sus pininos de poco a poco. También esto les sirve muchísimo a ustedes para que puedan aprender todo lo que respecta a la parte de frontend, a la parte de backend. Ustedes pueden aprender lo que ustedes quieran, básicamente, pero en el proceso ustedes se pueden ir enfocando muchísimo en lo que ustedes quieren ir aprendiendo. Hay algo que comentó mucho Gustavo en su plática de presencial, que era de uno muchas veces empieza en el mundo del frontend, por poner un ejemplo, pero en el proceso del frontend a veces nos vamos cambiando un poquito al backend o nos vamos cambiando a la nube, nos vamos cambiando al machine learning, hacia donde nosotros queramos. Entonces, esta parte es súper interesante de todo, así que ustedes pueden hacer lo que ustedes quieran y la parte de la tecnología y la programación es eso, de que ustedes hoy pueden estar en frontend y mañana puede estar en backend, puede estar en Python, puede estar en Django, puede estar en lo que ustedes quieran y eso es muy genial. Yo quiero agradecerte, Lupita. Lamentablemente no te puedo escuchar, pero a ver si antes del final te puedo escuchar. Agradecemos infinitamente a la UJAT, a la City, por todo el apoyo que ustedes nos han dado constantemente. Ya 4 años haciendo el Devfest y yo creo que va a haber un quinto, un sexto y los que siguen. Esto es muy importante para los alumnos, incluso para los maestros y para las personas que quieren seguir aprendiendo. Esto funciona muchísimo porque la tecnología cambia muy rápido. O sea, hoy lo que pensamos que es lo nuevo, mañana ya es lo viejo. Entonces, esto es muy importante. Ya voy a presentar a nuestra speaker. Y ya espero, Lupita, que cuando termine el speaker ya te pueda escuchar y ya demos como el final de lo que es todo este Devfest, todo lo que vivimos. Hacemos un reencuentro de los 3 días de todo lo que hemos estado viviendo. Entonces, denme un segundo porque no me acuerdo su bio. Denme un segundo, ya aquí ya la tengo por aquí. Y listo. Ok. Ay. Por aquí está bien. Perfecto. Voy a cerrar, Lupita. Perfecto. Ya voy a presentar a nuestra speaker. Se las voy a presentar por aquí para que ustedes la puedan conocer. Ya está por acá. Les presento a Deepa. Deepa es Google Developer Expert on Website Technologies. Y ella nos va a estar hablando sobre Building PWA using Flutter Web. So,
hi, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Myra, for having me here. Yeah, just let me go ahead and try to share my screen. Just give me a moment from my computer. Okay, share screen. I'm gonna do a couple of windows here. Let's try to.
Yes, don't worry.
Yeah.
Cool.
I might have to Yeah, I might have to keep swapping windows, but I will try to do it. Okay, I'm going to share two of them for now. But then if I show a code,
Yes.
please remind me to swap if in case I forget.
Yes.
So do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so okay, let me try to minimize this a moment. Sorry about that. Hang on. This is a little bigger. Cool. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So welcome to Tabasco Devfest. Thank you so much, Rafa, Myra, Lupita, and Vania. If I say your names right, please forgive me if I don't. Thank you so much for having me here. I know it is a lunchtime, but hang in there. It's going to be a packed session. So today I will be talking about building a progressive web app using Flutter Web. So who am I? My name is Deepa. I am a Google developer expert, as Myra said before, in web technologies. I'm a web enthusiast. I'm a blogger. I'm also an organizer at GDG San Jose in California, USA. I'm also an ambassador at Women Tech Makers. And fun fact about me is I love coffee. And here is my Linktree QR code, but I will also share it at the end. And every slide on the top right would have my LinkedIn handle. So most of my handles would have an SDK Deepa. So today the agenda is going to be, I've sectioned it in two ways. We'll talk about progressive web app. For those of you who don't know what is it, we will talk about what is it. It is also a web application, but how is it different from a normal web? And we'll also see how is that you have to create a progressive web app. And we'll also see what is Flutter and how can you create a Flutter web app and then make it into a progressive web app. That's the whole demo that I'll be sharing. And also you can take along 2 code labs from this session. Once at the end, I will show you how the code labs and what is that I've done. And then you can also go and try it after this. So there's a takeaway from this. So what are the things that I'm expecting you to have? I expect you to know some programming language already. If it is Java or JavaScript, that's fine. I'm not going to be talking about OOPS concepts like classes, superclasses, or subclass inheritance, but I am assuming that you have some knowledge about it. And you have at least developed at least developed a web application using a vanilla JavaScript. And probably if you have hosted it, fine. If not, we'll see it at the end too. And you are aware of, you know how to use an IDE, integrated development environment, and a CLI, command line interface. You must have used it. These are the prerequisites that you would need to have before you attend this. So just to start off with a basic stuff, as a fundamental rule in a 3-tier architecture in web, the front end never communicates directly with the data layer, right? It is a 3-tier model. All communications must pass through a middle layer. And if you see it, the UI, there's a logic and then the data. So this is how web architecture is laid out in a 3-tier architecture, right? So then what is progressive web app? Progressive web apps, these are web apps developed using specific technologies and standard patterns to allow them to take advantage of both web and native app features. So note that I'm saying native app and not mobile. So it could be anything. It could be a browser, it could be a desktop, and it could be it could be specific to different mobile platforms too. So let me see if it works. Okay, my clicker is not working. So now, before we dive into progressive web app, I call this as pillars of progressive web app. So when you say that your web application is a progressive web app, it must contain these 4 pillars. One is the service worker, which is the heartbeat. And then it should be served on a secure portal. The application should be responsive in design, and it should also have something called as app manifest. We will be touching base on service workers and app manifest. The whole idea of this talk is not to talk about how do you serve in a secure protocol or a responsive design, because those are topics of their own. So I'll be touching base upon service workers and app manifest, right? So in a regular web application, you would have index.html and you would have some JavaScript files, right? So in a progressive web app, you would have something called as an app manifest, and then you would also have a service worker JavaScript file as well. So now, how does service worker? What are these? Right? These are APIs that, when you say that you have a progressive web app, it must implement a service worker, and service worker acts as a proxy between the web browser and the API servers. And this allows the apps to manage and cache network requests and assets. And these can manage single or multiple pages, and understand that it can listen to your ongoing requests, fetch them, and cache the response, and load them when there is no internet, right? And note that service worker does not interact with any of your DOM elements here. So it runs as a separate thread, and it acts as a network proxy, right? So what do you do with it? How do you even get started? I said that it's a JavaScript file. And what would you do with it, right? A service worker is a script that runs in the background of your browser. So it can intercept and modify requests, like I said before. Here it uses something called as a register method, and then where you can register. So once you register it, you can load offline content. It can listen to fetch API requests. It can enable push notification, background sync, and a lot more it can do. So these are the main features of service workers, right? And understand that service worker goes through a cycle. So once you register it, you can install. Now you can also make sure that it's installed while registering, and then it waits. It waits and listens for all the requests. If the user comes back to the same page and the page does not have anything new, it will just stay as is. However, if there is anything that has changed, it will activate it, and then it'll get cached as well. So that's how it works offline. So how do you know that you have a service worker, right? Once you have your application, you have the service worker inside of your script tag or inside of your app.js, you register the service worker. And once you open it on the browser, it'll show you inside the application tab. If you see, there will be a service worker. Like I said, it will first, when you first run it, it'll get registered. And then here, in this case, it's already registered and activated and is running. So note that it has, the cycle here has been updated. It says install, wait, and activate. So it is activated and running in this case. This is how you would know that service worker is running in your application. And also note that it can do background sync, background fetch, and notification. It can also handle payment as well. And it can also cache. I'm not going to be talking, there's a lot of caching strategies. I'm not going to be talking in detail about this, but understand that these are the things that are available. So for the service worker to work, you need to make sure that it first is available in browsers, right? So not every browser would support a service worker. and especially Safari and Mozilla, they do, but then not all the APIs work with PWAs in general. So now switching gears and talking about app manifest. App manifest, it's nothing but a JSON file. It tells you it tells you whether your progressive web app, how it should behave and look. And for example, you could have specifically, you can mention that your background color should be like this, your icon should be like this, and so far and so forth. So imagine if you have an application, you're building it using a progressive web app, and your manifest.json file would contain something like this. So it can have a theme color, it can have what is the app icon that it should look like, and what is the background, what's the name, and all those things. So once you have the manifest, you need to make sure that you can link it to your inside of your HTML as a link tag. So that's why I've given it as a link tag here. So now, when you say that you have built a progressive web app, it has to be installable, capable, and reliable. That's a whole point. Even at very low network, these things have to work. And how do you do this? You do this with one single code base, and it will work with most of the browsers and platforms, whether it supports this. So not all of the APIs in progressive web app that is available supports in all browsers, but it does allow in Chrome, mostly in Chrome and Microsoft Edge, it does. So, and now, what is that PWA supports? Understand that PWAs are a slew of APIs which can do offline content, which can show up offline content. It can show push notification, app icon on the home screen. I will show you an example of that in a moment. And it can also do file handling. It can do background fetch. These are the APIs that are available. There are a lot more that's getting added on too. So what is exactly progressive web app trying to solve, right? In a native, if you take a native app in your mobile, you have to, you have to launch your app store or your Play Store, and you have to find the application in the store and download and wait. And once you install it, it'll ask you for user permission. And these are the steps that you would do to install a native application, right? In a progressive web app, it's again very similar to your web application, where you can go into the browser of your mobile phone or your desktop browser. You just click on the URL and use the app right away. But there's also an option you can install it too. That's what makes it. That's the main thing that progressive web app is trying to solve. So you can bypass all these stores. You don't have to pay the stores. You're not at the mercy every single time if you update, or you have to go to the App Store and update it. All those things are not there. Here you can, it just automatically gets updated like your web application, right? And there's already constantly the service worker is listening to your request. So anything that if there's an update and you come back as a user, use this application, and immediately service worker gets activated and tries to get all the changes that has happened, right? So here is an example of a progressive web app on a desktop browser. If you see photos.google.com, you see the small icon at the top, which say it's just an installable icon. And you would also see this in other applications such as Teams or Microsoft Outlook, and also Starbucks supported, Twitter, Pinterest. A lot of applications do support progressive web app. So if you see this, you can install this. And once you install it, it's like a desktop application here. And here's another example of Tinder. So if you see on the left, you have a web application. How would you say this? You have a browser, you have a search bar at the top, right? So this is inside of a mobile browser. And then this is your native application where you don't see the address bar. And in a progressive web app, you would see something, you would see the address bar, and you would also see some option to you can add it to the home screen. So these are some of the examples, but there are a lot more companies who adapted because they find the user engagement and the retention of customers as possible using that, and they can also bypass the stores. So how do you know that you have built a progressive web app? How do you know that your application, you have the service worker, you have the app manifest? How do you know that you have built a progressive web app, right? So to find that, you would have to install an extension in Chrome called as Lighthouse. And Lighthouse, you can run audit. It can basically do a lot of things. It can do search engine optimization, performance, and other stuff. But also you can run it you can try to analyze the page for progressive web app. So once you have it, you see here, it says that it's installable and it's also optimized. And it says that the service worker is registered for this. And also, if there is anything that is missing, it would say that too. And if you click on these drop downs, it'll exactly show you how to fix that too. So these are, this is how you would run a audit on a progressive web app once you build it. Now, we earlier saw a web architecture. So how does a progressive web app architecture differ? So you have this at the beginning, but then when you have a progressive web app, these are the service worker that is getting connected to the database and then gets changed. So every single time that the user visits, right? And so every technology has a has advantages and disadvantages. Some of the advantages, like I said, it's very easy for anybody who knows JavaScript to develop these, and you're not at the mercy of any stores. And there's a lot of web applications, they've seen that a higher engagement, user retention, and also their sales improve too. So a lot of good things. However, any technology would come with its own drawbacks too. Some of the drawbacks are not every browser supports or platform, especially Safari and macOS. Sometimes, I know most of the APIs that are under PWAs are not supported. I'll show you an example too around this. So, and also this technology takes time to adapt. It is a collaboration between different browser vendors such as Microsoft Edge, Google Chrome, and then you have other Samsung one too. So it takes time to adapt, and because of the background sync that is constantly happening, your mobile phone, especially, the battery life could be a disadvantage for this. So you will be losing your battery life because of that. Now, we talked about progressive web app. Now, switching gears, we'll talk about Flutter now. How do you create a Flutter web app and then make it a progressive web app? That's the whole idea about this, right? Now, those of you who are new to Flutter is a UI toolkit. It's a framework that is used mainly for building beautiful apps using Dart. Dart is a programming language, and it is used because it is efficient and it is easy to use. If you know a little bit of JavaScript, I think when you use Dart, if you have coded in Java or JavaScript, it's very relatable. So it's a mix of, to me, it's a mix of both. So it is efficient, It is very easy to use, and it's also flexible. When I say flexible, that's why you can use along with Flutter framework, and you can create apps for any platform, right? So we'll talk about it, and we'll talk about it in a moment too. And Dart is a just-in-time and ahead-of-time compiler, which allows you to do hot reloading too, right? When I show the demo, you would see what is a hot reload and stuff like that. So if you have used JavaScript, it uses a similar or the same asynchronous model. And JavaScript compiler also powers, at the runtime when you use Dart. So what are the support that Flutter has? Flutter has mobile, web, desktop, embedded. There's a lot of people who use it for IoT and stuff like that. So you have the same code which can run everywhere. So Dart allows you, because you're using Dart language, it allows you to do cross-platform development. And how does, in general, web renders today, right? If you want to paint pixels on the web, you would use, you would imagine that this is how it interacts, right? You have at the top, you have your UI, which talks to the browser engine. Then the rendering engine renders based on, whether it has to deal with networking or JavaScript engine or the backend. And then it also interacts with the browser engine, also interacts with the data too, right? So the rendering in Flutter, it can be done using two ways. So there are, we'll see it in a moment. So it can use something called as a Canva kit, and it can also use the traditional element model like the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So understand that these are the web rendering options available today. And in Flutter, everything is a widget. Let me just give me a moment so I can tell you how the rendering works in Flutter. So everything in Flutter is a widget. Widgets are written in Dart. And if you see, this is when you paint the pixels today, you have, like I said, you have the traditional DOM model where everything is element-based. And that's very common these days, right? And there's also another way of painting pixels on the screen is using Canva kit. If you are using a UI-rich application, for example, like a Google Earth or a Photoshop, right? In that case, you write code in Flutter, and then the renderer will pick up and look at it as, okay, and this application is opened on a desktop, so I will use Canva kit around this. So it'll give you a beautiful UI, and it'll start to paint in Canva, which is a 2D pixel API, and it also comes with WebGL, which is a 3D and accelerated graphics with to the web. So it can identify based on your screen sizes too. So if you're trying to open a similar one on a mobile device, what it would do is it cannot render it using Canva kit. Instead, it'll use the DOM model. So that way, it also improves performance. There's not too much of the file size is also smaller when it renders on a mobile device, right? So an architecture in general, and for Flutter, you have the Flutter application, and then you have the framework. But inside the framework, you have the widgets, animation, layout, etc. And it also has something called as the engine, which contains Impeller. Before Impeller came, Skia was used by Google. Now it's been replaced with Impeller. Impeller provides new rendering runtime for Flutter. So understand that there is a new renderer that is available inside the engine. And based on that, if you want to render stuff on a browser, whether it's a mobile, whether it's a desktop, the engine takes care of that. However, in a mobile device, so for example, if you're developing apps for just iOS and Android, right? The engine also has a native here. If you see, it has also a native SDK for iOS and Android. So put together, it uses Dart, it uses the Flutter SDK to build beautiful UI. Okay, now, so why use Flutter, right? These are the 5 pillars of Flutter, which is speed. It is fast up to 60 to 120 frames per second, and it is highly productive. You can build beautiful applications. There's no compromise for your designers, and it also uses stateful hot reload. It is open, and it is an open framework, and it's also portable. Like I said, you can use it in different. It also supports portability because we are using Dart here, right? Now, how do you set up Flutter? So if you're super new to Flutter, just go to the documentation, but these are the main steps that you would follow. You need to install Flutter SDK, and you need to set a path. And then once you set up a path, it'll ask, you need to run Flutter Doctor command. And then once you do that, in this case, I have set it up for Android, iOS, Chrome, etc. Right? So you can pick and choose. There are some hiccups that you would go through with Xcode, but there are a lot of documentation, and you have your friend Stack Overflow for that, and you can get it resolved by that. The CocoaPods may have issues when you try to set it up, but there are workarounds, and there are a lot of resources available. If you don't, we are just talking about Flutter Web, so we are good to go with Chrome, right? So how do you create a Flutter application? All you need to do is, once you install the SDK and set the path, you have to use this command called as Flutter create, and then your app name. And once you have this, you have to say Flutter run. Once you run it, the very first thing you would see is there's a demo application that Google gives you by default, where you have a very simple app. It's just that it has a floating icon where you click the plus button, it just increments it. So and then inside the project folder, if you see here, we have Android, we have for iOS, and there is inside of your lib folder, you would see main.dart. This is the entry point to your Flutter application. So everything that you would write it inside this. And also you would have a specific folder for web. And also you have to, if you want to add any dependencies, for example, for Cupertino or iOS, iOS icons, and specifically for you have to go ahead and add the dependencies here. I will show you an example of how to add. I installed a package called social media, where I had to specify it inside the dependencies inside this file called pubspec.yaml. And this is like your package.json. Imagine that it's your package.json in a node project, right? So this is how it'll look. And inside the main.dart, you'll see it just takes a few lines of code to display this, right? Let's now see. I talked about everything is a widget in Flutter, and you can have stateless widgets and stateful widgets. So stateful widgets, like you have forms, sliders, and you have buttons, submit buttons, and things like that. You can create all those dynamic parts of your user interface using stateful widgets. Stateless widgets, on the other hand, are static parts that are there in your applications, such as text and things like that. What are the common widgets that you would see, right? These are the main widgets that you would see, and inside of our application that I'm going to show you today, we'll also have these. So you will see something called as a scaffold. Scaffold is a widget, and it's typically used as a top level widget for a screen. So imagine that if you it could have app bar, floating icon, action button, your navigation bottom bar on a mobile device, and body, etc. So basically, when you have a scaffold, it will inflate and it'll apply to the entire screen. And then you have a container. If you have done web development, these should be very similar to how you use it in a normal CSS stuff, right? You have text and then images, and then we'll talk about column and buttons today. Just give me a moment around this before we go to the demo. And why do we use Flutter for web applications? Yes, we all know it's used mainly for mobile. Why do we want to use it for web apps, right? Like I said, it's responsive in design, and the renders are different from a mobile application. It can have beautiful UI, and there's a lot of plugin support. And it also comes with accessibility. For example, if you're using it on a keyboard, you can use keyboard and mouse scroll, etc. So you can make it for desktop specific too. So that, when you have an application that you want you're trying to build a game, right? And you want beautiful UI, and if you want to do that, you could do that along with using Flutter Web. And I'm going to be sharing my, let's do this. I'm going to share my VS Code here. Okay, where's VS Code? It's not showing. Okay, there you go. And I also wanted to show this guy. Okay, cool. So if you see the screen here, this is the default application that came in. Like I said, you have Android, you have iOS, and you have a build folder here, and you do see that there is a web, right? And if you see that there is a index.html, there is a manifest. But do you see any service worker? No, right? And if you render it here, if I run this application here, and yes, I can do this. And if you see in the main dart, it says that it's a, you start off with your main, and then anything that you hover over, it'll tell you you have to add all these extensions in VS Code. It'll let you know there's a stateless widget, and it'll give you an application. This is the root of your application. And build context is also a widget that will let you know, that will handle the location of your widget in a widget tree. So here, if you see, and then we are trying to build a context for application, and then we are saying that, okay, this is the Flutter demo page, that's there on the top here, if I could. So, and then we are saying that, okay, this is, it extends as a stateful widget because we are trying to change the state here, right? And also make sure that if you have used React or any other application before, you can set state here too. So, and also, like I said, your scaffold can unfold and bloat up. It can have an app bar, body, and inside the body, you have all these things are widget. App bar is a widget, center is a widget, column is a widget, and then text is also a widget. Again, floating action button is also a widget. So you would add all these things, and if I click onto this, it happens. However, if I run this if I go ahead, and this is what I was talking about. So I have Lighthouse installed already. And I have this here as an extension. Once I run this if you see, it is analyzing the page, and it's going to throw out a lot of errors. See, you see this, it is showing some errors here. Now let's see why it is doing that. let me stop my screen here and then share my window. Where is this thing? Okay. Okay. There we go. So, cool. So we saw this, and then we saw this error, right? When we run this error, we run into this error. So it is not a progressive web application yet, right? I also showed that there was missing file. So where is the service worker, right? So understand that everything is written in Dart inside of main Dart file, right? And then how do you make it into a progressive web app, right? For you to make it as a progressive web app in Flutter, you need to build it first. So you need to run a command to build it, and then you also need to host it somewhere. So how do you create a service worker? I told you that it's going to be for all the Dart file to get converted into a JavaScript file. Once you run this command, flutter build web, it will build, and inside of your build folder, you will have a separate folder called web. And inside your web folder, you would have main.dart.js and also a manifest. And now you have the service worker here. So once you build it together, you will get these things as a package together. And then if you try to run it locally, even now, it'll show you errors. If you run audit on using Lighthouse, it'll still show you an error, right? So for that, you need to host it somewhere. I'm going to be showing two options for hosting. One is Firebase. The other one is the super easy one is Netlify. So in Firebase, if you have ever used Firebase, there's a lot of tutorial around it. You can use, you can go to Firebase console and create a project using the UI. And once you create a project, you can also try to see, you can create a project and you can select build inside of this build. There's also hosting options. You can go through that route. Otherwise, you can, so how do you, inside of this hosting, if you say get started, it'll give you a lot of steps as what you have to do. There's a lot of tutorials around it. You can go check it out on YouTube. And otherwise, you could also do it using Firebase CLI, right? First, you install using the npm or yarn package, whatever you're using, and then there's equivalent of both. You would install the Firebase tools. Once you do that, you would log in. So once you log in, it'll take you to a browser. It'll validate your credentials. Once you come back and say Firebase init, it's going to, and make sure that your root directory of your project. And then when you say Firebase init, it's going to ask you, say, hey, what do you want to do, right? You want to create a new project. In this case, I created a new project here. So you can also use, if you have already created using the UI in Firebase, you can also select one. And it'll also ask you, what do you want to use, or which is a public directory that you want to use. Here, don't give the public one. It won't work. You have to mention it as build/web, because that's where our HTML index.html comes up, and it will use that. So make sure that you mention build.web. If you don't mention it, it won't work. So once you have it, once you initialize it, then you can do Firebase deploy. Once it's deployed, you will be able to see your application. Here I have another demo, if I can show. Hang on. Okay, I have this. Cool, I will share. Can you see my screen? Okay. Cool. So these are the this is the application that I built. I'm going to give you this code lab. You can take it with you. This is a Linktree clone where you can create it on your own. It gives you all the instructions here, and you can create a project. And I have explained every single thing as how do you create a Flutter project and how do you make it look like this at the end. You can customize with your own image. And this is a example, but at the end, your project would look something like this. See, I have created something very similar. I've also run the audit, and this is a progressive web app compatible one. And I use Firebase to host this. If you see this, it says firebase.web.app. And also, I have the same application installed in Netlify. Personally, I changed something. I didn't add any picture so that we can differentiate between Netlify and Firebase. So I can share this code lab. You can go try out as how I've given all the explanations how this app has been built. If you see here, first step, we are creating a card, the top section of it. We are using a scaffold widget, and inside that widget you have a container, and then you have media query for different screen sizes. And with a box decoration, it is also another widget where you can add where we are adding a stack widget, and it goes on. So if you take a look at this, it will make a lot more sense. And I also added a social media package. So if you go here, this is what I was mentioning while I was talking, how do you add dependencies? You would add it inside of pubspec.yaml. And I've added it here. And once you do that, you also import it, and you make sure you run this command called flutter pub-get. And once you add the social media, your app would look something like this. And before animations, I gave 2 parts to it without an animation. You can still host it. Otherwise, if you want to, you wanted the animated one like this, if I reload this page, it'll show you, hopefully. Yeah. So it animates and shows that. So I can share this code lab for anybody who wants to try it. And also note that if you go to Flutter documentation, there are a lot more code labs that are available. If you go to, you can create this as a very simple application. And it also talks about a lot of widgets here. There's a catalog for widgets, so you can try to go and see how can you lay out, how can you design and theme, etc. There's a bunch of things that you can start off with, and you can start building your application. So now let me share my screen here. Sorry for swapping. Cool. And we did the demo of it, and let me see here. Cool. And this is what we created. This would be the widget tree for this application, where you start off with the app. You want to take a look in the code labs where I talked about scaffold, and inside, this is all inside a column because we want it to be laid. This is a mobile friendly app, but it also can be used as a progressive web app, which I'm going to show it in a moment. So you have this, and the top part is centered, and inside this you have an avatar, and then your name, and then the title, and then inside this particular widgets, it is all centered, and it's again a column, and you have all these handles. Just to give you visuals, and if you run this thing on VS Code, it'll also give you a widget tree on the on VS Code itself. So it will make much more sense if you take a look at it. And all those things are in the code labs too. So I created this application, and then I was able to open it on a Chrome browser. Because I built it and I hosted it in Firebase, I was able to install this on my desktop. So you see this install icon. And in Android, it'll ask you, hey, this, like I said, not every browser supports it, right? PWA. So I can install it on an Android phone. I go to this browser URL, and then I can install it. Once I install it, it's added to my home screen in an Android. However, in iOS, I was not able to, because that's why I said that there are a lot more things, in iOS, it might not be able to because of Safari, and not all browsers support this technology. So Netlify is super easy. Once you build, like I said before, you have to say Flutter build web. Once you build it, you have this web folder inside of the build folder, right? You just drag that web folder and drop it in Netlify. Then boom, your application is ready, and you don't need to do all the steps like in Firebase. Both of them give you same hosting capabilities. Both are free. And once I ran the audit on this page, it was also giving me the information as like it gives me a check mark with saying that it's a PWA compatible, right? So far, we talked about service worker, how app manifest works, and then we talked about Flutter. We just basically skimmed upon Flutter web architecture and how do you make a Flutter web app into a progressive web app by deploying into either Firebase or using Netlify, right? If you are somebody who's getting started with web application, progressive web app, I have a video on my YouTube. You can take a look at it. And I also have a bunch of, if you're a person who wants to read about this and who is, what is Project Fugu and how is it related to progressive web app. If you want to learn about this, you can also take a look at my blogs. And just to take away from this whole thing, I create, you can use this, you can build this on your own, just a small sign up. And it has got two screens, one with a sign up and then a welcome page. There's a code lab that I can share it to. You can try to create it and try to see if you can connect this and your link tree together as well and see whether it works for you. That's something that you can learn from this whole. And what are the next steps? There is a lot of Flutter code labs available in codelabs.developers.google.com. And then same with progressive web app. You can start from there. And if you already know something with Flutter and and you can try to connect it with Firebase. You can try to add some server-side rendering. You can add a database, real-time data. And then you can also try to, I said that Flutter web has a lot of plugins. You can try to use that. And authentication, like I'm giving you a sign-up page, basic code in Flutter, but you can also try to connect it with Firebase and see if you can do that. And more advanced topics on PWAs would be how do you use advanced caching techniques? How do you automate service worker using Workbox? And I also mentioned that progressive web app is contains a slew of web APIs. You can try out payments. You can try out notification. You can try file handling and more. Right? The possibilities and the learnings would be endless if you want to keep going with this. Once again, thank you so much. My name is Deepa, and you can scan the QR code, which will lead to all my handles, but I'm very active in LinkedIn. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Deepa. This is amazing.
I can share you the code labs here. And also, if you are interested in the slides, I can also
give me a minute, please, because they are alarm. Please, let me.
Okay. So I can share my slides or the code labs, whatever I stated in my presentation. I can share them. I'm hoping that somebody joins. Myra joins. Just give me 1 minute. I have shared it with Myra, so you can also get this information. And if there are any questions, I also organize events. We also have a Devfest in San Jose. If you are in the San Jose area, California, or if you are visiting, please do visit us on December 8th. It's going to be happening in Google campus in Sunnyvale. If you are interested, please stop by. It's free event, and we are also planning to host an online one later, the beginning of next year. Especially trying to do a workshop with Flutter too. So, and note that you can use. I know that AI is in big hype these days. You can create models and things like that, and then for the UI part, you can still use Flutter. And if anybody has any questions, so I have somebody, Martinez, asking me, so if I am a Flutter developer from mobile, how would I implement this in my development? Do I need to? No, you don't need to learn any Flutter web at all, Martinez, because once you're writing code for you, are you targeting for specifically for iOS, Android? Then I'm a web person, so I've not tried with specifically for Android or specifically for iOS. I write code once, and then that's the beauty of Dart, right? If you know, in the last question, PWD. So you can once you create an application in Flutter. It supports all, right? It supports Mac OS, it supports web, it supports everything. So all you need to, if you already have an application, try to build it as a web app and then install it, then host it somewhere, build and host it, because PWAs won't work otherwise. If there are any other questions, I hope Myra or Rafa joins, somebody joins. If not, please connect with me in LinkedIn. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, and let me know if you have specific questions, or if you want a workshop around Flutter Web. I can any day do it online. And please take advantage of the code labs that I have shared with Myra. Or if you don't, I'm not too sure who's joining me here. If nobody's joining, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. I will share all the information as well, and I will post it. I'll also try to post something on LinkedIn as a post as well. If you are missing, if you're unable to reach out to me on messages, I will post, I'll send out a post too. Okay, let's see. Okay, so there is some kind of a tremor. I hope everybody is safe there. So anybody new to Flutter at all? Have you guys tried? You can post it on the comments chat. I can see the comments, but I cannot respond. I can respond via the streaming.
Hello. I'm back. Sorry, Deepa.
No worries. So I was just waiting. Okay, I just started playing jazz music, so that
I'm sorry. They have a alert system, so we go to evacuate the building. So everything is
no
okay,
problem.
but
I hope
everything is
everybody
okay.
is safe.
Yes. Well, they have a questions about the here. In
I already answered. I already answered Martinez.
Okay.
I did.
I have another questions. Okay, in your experience, which is better, native app or progressive web app?
I am. I have a lot of application in hosting, especially it's free on both. So I try to take advantage of both. So I have bunch of. I particularly use Netlify for all my talk presentations and stuff like that. But most of my demos will be on Firebase. I'm very I'm very structured in that way. It's easy to do both once you get a hang of it. But certain things, it's especially for Flutter Web, they changed a little bit because you need to. There are some nuances when you try to deploy it in Firebase. You need to make sure that the path directory is correct, and that's one way. And there's also another way to do this without adding the path. Also, you have to change something on the HTML file, and after you build it. After you build it, you go to the HTML file and you can change the path there. And you can also add a script tag for your Dart file too. And there's another way to do it. That's also easy. I found this last night that it was easier for me to do that way too. So it's a latest one, but make sure that when you are deploying Flutter Web particularly, take a look at the latest documentation because it may vary. It changes from April. It has changed now too. So if you try to use just the first time build/web, it was not working for me. So I had to go through another route of adding I was looking at a YouTube video. It has changed a little bit, but it was it was easy to do that. So
Correct.
in that case, because I was struggling last night, I would say that Netlify was an easier option for me too.
It's okay. They are the last question, but it's a little not technical. There are probably people who have doubts about how they can become Google developer expert.
Oh, sure.
Can you tell us a little more?
Yeah, I have a blog about it. First thing is start contributing to your local community. I have, if you go to my Medium blog, it is I've written how it took me. It does take time. So build your community, build your profile, build your followers, and then make sure that you are active in the community, right? Whatever you're doing. So some people might take Flutter, some people take, make, and also check for what technology you want to be. These days, AI and ML are really in market. And you can also try to see, if you're a web developer, try to see how you can use TensorFlow.js and, around that space so that you could become web as well as ML too. So the opportunities are more there, but the very first step that you need to do is contributing to your community, building your community around you so that, they are aware that, hey, this person is there, they're contributing to the community, right? So I have a beautiful blog about it as how I became a Google developer expert. This happened only in this March. So I've been into it for about 8-9 months. Prior to that, even prior to that, I was writing blogs. I started off with blogs because I'm not very in online. I'm not pretty, it's totally different being online and being on stage or being in front of people. I've done a lot of talks before coming to tech too. So my background is totally different. I came from a science background and then moved to tech. I've taught classes before. So for me, now talking in front of people is not a problem, but then this online thing freaks me out because most of the times you need to switch and do a lot of things where you can go wrong. And blogs, best way if you're not a if you're a person who's kind of, no, I'm pretty scared to talk, will people understand me? There are a lot of people that have those fears, but it's okay. Feel the fear, still do it. Start writing about blogs. That's the easiest way, to be more honest.
That's right. I think is a great the opportunity of the people contribution all the world, maybe with a blog, with a website, video, or in talks, virtual or in person. So
yeah, anything works. And then if you being active in the community, and then that's what counts a lot. And at the end, you should also don't do everything. I try to do everything: blogging, speaking online, doing videos, and events. So I try to do everything, but try to do, what works for you, right? What works well for you. I was interested in, community. I was interested in talking. So those were so now I've kind of calmed down, just giving talks and putting a pause on my blogs because blogs take a lot more time than talks. So just see what works for you again, and take that one strength from yours and then build on it. And if you can share those slides or the link, the code labs, that'll be great. I added 3 links. So one, they can work it out. They can build their own Linktree clone. And then the second one is a sign up page, which they can try to see, okay, I have the sign up page, but also try to do a, Firebase authentication and then connect it to the Linktree. That'll be a whole app per se. And who knows, you can also try to see if you can publish it on, not only on web, but you can also publish it on the stores, right? So that's another thing. And there's Flutter is, if you are trying to be an AI ML person, anything that requires a UI, if you want to connect it there, I saw a beautiful online IDE. So where they are incorporating a lot of AI tools inside. And this is a browser-based IDE. And you can create something like this too. So those are some ideas, but you can make use of Flutter or any other framework or JavaScript frameworks or libraries. For example, you can also use React or Angular, whatever. But you could use a front-end component to it and add, in my case, I like Flutter because it's different, one, and I like the look and feels of it much more better. And it's easy, actually.
I see that. So the next year, I become a Google developer expert. Maybe so, but
yeah, let's connect. Let's connect.
Yes, and thank you so much, Deepa, for this talk. It's amazing and how learning all my brain is explode with all you talk, but thank you so much, and thanks for accept the invitation.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. It was wonderful talking, and I know a lot of people speak Spanish, I guess.
Yes.
So if at all I am very fast, or if I was too slow, please bear with me. But my notes, my slides should be very clear, and my code lab should be clear too.
No, you speak very well, so it's perfect. So
thank you
so much, Deepa, and we see you
Soon. Yeah, see you soon. IWD. Bye.
Community. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Ya por aquí tenemos a Rafa. Muchas gracias. Hola Rafa, ¿cómo estás? Estamos de vuelta.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Hola, ¿qué tal? Un gusto que nos acompañen y bueno, tenga este cierre ya que estamos llevando a cabo. Creo que Lupita ya se nos fue, pero bueno, vamos a hacer rápidamente los últimos mensajes, agradeciéndoles muchísimo que se hayan quedado al final. La verdad que estamos muy contentas y contentos de que nos hayan acompañado. Recuerden, para seguir en contacto, síganos en nuestras redes sociales y recuerden que esta comunidad de GDG pues está creciendo constantemente. Tenemos más influencia gracias a todas y todos quienes están desarrollando pues el aprendizaje a través de estas plataformas y que sin duda pues representa un gran camino, ¿no? Pero bueno, un camino que se puede recorrer pues en comunidad, ¿no? Y pues un saludo, pues aquí tuvimos la participación de los chicos de la City, de todas las personas, por aquí los chicos del Tecnológico de la Venta también que nos acompañaron y que estuvieron en las aulas virtuales, bueno, por ahí también interactuando. Un saludo a toda la comunidad estudiantil que nos estuvo apoyando. Y también, pues, seguir agradeciendo a los patrocinadores, a las personas que pues, hicieron posible este gran evento. Y vamos, ahora sí, vámonos con ahora sí que comentarios finales de nuestras moderadoras y pues quienes también estuvieron aquí muy pendientes de este evento. Hola.
Hola. A ver si no...
Hola,
¿Ya me
escucha? Creo que no te escuchamos.
Hoy sí te escucho, ya te escuchamos.
Ya. Sí, es que estoy haciendo por complicaciones desde hace rato. O sea, ya estaba yo aquí en la recta final y no sé si el temblor, no sé si siento el temblor, desajustó algo por acá. Sí, desde un quinto piso se siente bastante, bastante rarito. Bueno, fue un evento bastante movido, hubo mucha interacción por parte de los chicos, la verdad es que los temas muy, muy interesantes. Y pues nos quedan expectativas para el siguiente año, a ver con qué sorpresas salimos ahora. La verdad es que estamos muy contentos con el trabajo realizado, y con la última ponente, que la verdad agradecemos mucho su paciencia en este pequeño incidente que tuvimos ahorita. La naturaleza nos jugó bastante, con bastante sorpresa, nos trajo una sorpresita que no esperábamos, pero bien, es un evento que pues cada año se va puliendo y va mejorando y pues esperemos que el siguiente sea aún mejor.
Totalmente, y pues bueno, yo creo que aquí fue esa dinámica de hacer algo pues bastante grandioso que se logró gracias a las colaboraciones y pues esperemos que todas y todos estén bien. Por ahí nos reportaron que hubo pues un movimiento telúrico por ahí, honestamente no lo sentimos por acá, bueno, en lo personal, pero bueno, sí hubo una evacuación aquí de las oficinas, pero bueno, todo está bien, afortunadamente, esperemos, y agradeciéndoles de nueva cuenta toda su participación. Mayra.
Pues estuvo bastante interesante la última plática de Deepa, cómo podemos pasar de una Progressive Web App a utilizarla con Flutter. Es bastante interesante todo lo que nos compartió y pues estas son cosas que pues tenemos que tener en cuenta para hacer proyectos tanto pequeños como grandes. Eso es algo que las charlas del primer día nos los dijeron. Puedes empezar con proyectos muy pequeñitos y poco a poco irlos creciendo, tanto para la escuela como para proyectos personales. Y creo que Aarón lo dijo en la plática del día 1. Él no tenía experiencia, pero él en su CV fue poniendo todos los proyectos que él iba haciendo y eso les funcionaba bastante. Entonces, todo estuvo súper increíble. Pasó el incidente, pero todo salió perfecto. Y pues nada, estoy súper agradecida de haber estado aquí con ustedes como moderador, como parte del equipo de GG Villahermosa para organizar a todos los speakers. Y pues nos vemos en 2024 con nuevas charlas, con nuevas personas para que ustedes la puedan conocer y pues seguir aprendiendo, que es lo más importante.
Sí, es correcto.
Perfecto. Pues ahora sí, hemos llegado al momento, siendo la 1:1, ahora sí, 1:1:1. Damos por cerrada la jornada Devfest 2021. 2023, agradeciendo de nueva cuenta a City, a UJAT y todo su esfuerzo, también a SEDEC, donde nos encontramos, y a toda la comunidad GDG Villahermosa, que está creciendo muchísimo, bastante.
Claro, sí, nuestros agradecimientos igual al CIT2, a lo que son las autoridades universitarias, Aula Virtual también por mantenernos en soporte, retransmitiendo, a las coordinaciones que nos estuvieron apoyando aquí dentro de UJAT, a las secretarías también, y a los responsables aquí del CIBE, que pues también nos dieron todas las facilidades para la inauguración y el apoyo, al personal que estuvo apoyándonos en el armado de todo el escenario, logística y demás, pero sobre todo a la comunidad estudiantil, que sin ellos no podríamos hacer estos eventos. De nuevo, externo mis felicitaciones a la generación que en estos momentos se está llevando a cabo su ceremonia de graduación, acompañados del señor rector. También un agradecimiento también al rector de la UJAT, al licenciado Guillermo Narváez Osorio, también por darnos las facilidades para estos eventos. Y pues, enhorabuena, hay que continuar y nos estaremos viendo el siguiente año. Igual me tocó cerrar este día en nombre del maestro Oscar Alberto González, director de la City, que también externa las felicitaciones por un evento bien logrado y terminado.
Perfecto, Lupita, y pues un gusto y saludar a todas y todos que lograron este evento. Vámonos rápidamente con los últimos mensajes. Recuerden seguirnos en las redes sociales, seguirnos en GDG Villahermosa. También les invitamos a utilizar el Devfest Tabasco como hashtag. Este hashtag pues representa este esfuerzo para que igual en charlas futuras o en oportunidades futuras pues tengan la oportunidad de revivir estas pláticas que pues fueron diseñadas para todas y todos ustedes y que pues también formen parte de esta gran comunidad. Y pues recuerden que pues el compartir está toda la información valiosa, ¿no? Aquí tenemos la foto final grupal donde ya nos estamos desacomodando. La verdad que estuvo muy padre la dinámica ahí ahora sí que a la orilla de la laguna, y estuvimos compartiendo toda la experiencia y todo este gran esfuerzo. Entonces, sin más, nos vemos en 2024. Muchas gracias, nos despedimos hasta el próximo año.
Hasta el próximo año, adiós.
Hasta el próximo año, bye.
Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better.
Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a Devfest near you today. Welcome to Devfest, Google's annual event series for developers by developers. Learn about the latest technology developments from Google, everything from AI and mobile to cloud and web. Devfest is a truly global experience with hundreds of conferences happening across the world. This is more than just a conference, it's a community of developers who are passionate about building the future. Devfest is an unforgettable experience. So what are you waiting for? Find a DevFest near you today.
Pues todo salió bien. Abdón terminó como 11:40 más o menos. Así que estuve como 10 minutos hablando. Le hice varias preguntas. Y ya nada más le mandé un mensajito a Deepa que empezábamos como en unos minutos para que no se desesperara. Pero todo súper bien. Deepa explicó y enseñaba demo de